Come on. Come on, win! 2 before, 1 before, we lost. Objective failed. You couldn't get on the point? Guys, you shouldn't leave the point. Why leave the point? What? What?
Yeah.
The world of EVE Online is full of player-made organisations, corporations and alliances that carry out military and industrial operations.
So everything in EVE is made by someone. So nothing comes out of thin air. So every ship, every gun, every bullet, you need to gather resources. You need to manufacture each item, and then you can sell it on the market and for others to buy.
The game's financial systems are so complicated that in 2025, the developers hired a former economist from the Central Bank of Iceland to oversee EVE Online's evolving virtual economy.
You know, you can make decent money in-game if you grind for it, but also a lot of people do just kind of coast off of, you know, spending £50 here and there.
There's constant drama between these player-run organisations and conflict is pretty common. But last year, 27-year-old James found himself on the losing side of a war that left the community stunned.
I mean, it's essentially like a city in the game.
And this is why I don't ever roll with endgame people. They all have harmful lifestyles.
Disappearing overnight.
BBC Your Voice was contacted by a player who wanted to see coverage of the events of 2025 because despite being virtual, he says they've impacted thousands upon thousands of people. James started playing in 2017 and he'd risen through the ranks to become a military leader in Pandemic Horde, one of EVE Online's most powerful player organisations. But as 2026 rolled in, Pandemic Horde was no more.
A coalition that was led by Pandemic Horde, which I would guess is about 20,000 people, with another 20,000 additional people in all the other parts of the coalition, splintered overnight. This, you know, the coalition was no more. All of their homes were essentially, you know, written off. It's like, if the coalition's gone, we can't defend this. A lot of the people who are part of that coalition will just quit the game because, you know, they've lost all their stuff. They've gone bankrupt. What's the point in keep playing? But anyone who does keep playing, which I assume probably most people did, have to find a new home. They have to find new assets in that new home, and they've got to figure out, you know, everything in their life has kind of been uprooted.
James says this conflict actually started brewing years ago. In 2020, rival groups clashed in a feud that some believe was down to personal vendettas between alliance leaders. James was part of one of this conflict's most infamous battles, the massacre at M2XFE. 5,000 players fighting it out for 14 hours straight. It was awarded a Guinness World Record for most costly video game battle, as more than £270,000 of assets were destroyed. This conflict set the scene for a years-long Cold War, as the game's major alliances began rebuilding their forces and planning revenge.
Of course, there is deep canon, and there's backstory, and there's, lore and origin stories of our universe.
No, there isn't.
But those, they are important, but they always end up taking kind of, the backseat when it comes to the epic drama, the epic stories that the players have created. And these can be anything from, very local stories, something that's very important for, an individual, to very kind of world-shaping events.
In 2024, Pandemic Horde's historic enemies moved closer, transporting millions of pounds worth of assets across space. In 2025, war broke out and it was brutal. Horde was defeated and pushed back.
Towards the start, I was very hopeful. Unsurprisingly, I was like, okay, we've got a plan for this, I know what we're going to do. Towards the end, obviously a little bit less hopeful. I'm like, I don't know what we're going to do at this point. I didn't think we didn't really expect everything to go wrong.
An 82-year-old woman Trump to court twice and beat him in front of two juries. Then he ran it up the appeals court twice. Six federal judges looked at the whole thing and sided with her every single time. She did everything right. She used the system the way it's supposed to be used. And this week, as a reward for winning, the Justice Department of the United...
Did you skip it?
At my peak, it was 16 hours a day every...
No, it was the whole...
An 82-year-old woman took Donald Trump to court twice and beat him in front of two juries. Then he ran it up the appeals court twice, and six federal judges looked at the whole thing and sided with her every single time. She did everything right. She used the system the way it's supposed to be used. And this week, as a reward for winning, the Justice Department of the United States opened a criminal investigation into her. Her name is E. Jean Carroll, and in all my years as a cop, I can tell you right now, this case is complete bullshit. And let me tell you who she is in case her name doesn't ring a bell. Carol was a magazine columnist for most of her life. And she said that back in the mid-1990s, Donald Trump assaulted her in the dressing room of a Bergdorf Goodman, and she took him to court. A federal jury in New York heard the evidence and found Trump liable for sexually abusing her and for defaming her when he turned around and called her a liar. They awarded her $5 million. Trump appealed, and his appeal went to 3 federal judges on the Second Circuit who rejected it without a single dissent. Then there was a second case, a separate defamation trial, because Trump wouldn't stop going after her in public. Another jury, another finding. Except this time they decided he acted with actual malice. They hit him with $83.3 million, $65 million of that as straight punishment. He appealed that one too, and another panel of 3 federal judges rejected it unanimously, just like the first. In other words, this woman took the most powerful man in the country to court twice, in front of juries of ordinary citizens, and she beat him both times. Then he ran it up the appeals court twice, and 6 different federal judges looked at the whole thing and sided with her every time, with not one of them writing a word in his favor. That's the person the Justice Department has now decided to investigate for a crime. The crime they're floating is perjury, and the theory is that somewhere inside her own lawsuits, under oath, she lied. And look, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that's impossible, because I don't have a grand jury file and neither do you. Perjury is a real charge, and people do lie under oath. But here's the thing, the label on the front of the case file is the least interesting part of it. Start with the timing. Last September, the President of the United States stood up in public and told his Attorney General by name to go prosecute the people who'd come after him. He didn't hide it or soften it. He said it out loud on camera for the whole country to hear. And within weeks, the indictments started rolling in.
President Trump is publicly pressuring Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political enemies. He's calling for charges against Democratic Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Now some of the president's own supporters say his administration is going too far and threatening free speech.
James Comey, the FBI director Trump fired back in 2017, got indicted. A judge threw it out, so they turned around and indicted him again last month. This time over a photograph of seashells arranged into a couple of numbers, which they decided was a threat. Comey says he never read it that way. Then Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, who brought the fraud case against Trump, got indicted. A judge threw that one out too. John Brennan, the former CIA director, is sitting under an open investigation right now. And now E. Jean Carroll. You see the through line? Every single person on that list did one of the same handful of things. They investigated Trump, or they charged him, or they sued him and won. That's the qualification for the list. As far as I can tell, it's the only qualification on the list. The man running this investigation is named Andrew Boutros, and he's the United States Attorney in Chicago. And sit with that for a second. Carol's lawsuits happened in New York. If she lied under oath, she lied in a New York courtroom. The witnesses are in New York. The transcripts are in New York. The judge who ran both trials is in New York. So why is a prosecutor in Chicago, 800 miles away, running point on a New York courtroom? Here's why. The Justice Department has been leaning on a rule that lets headquarters hand a case to almost any prosecutor they want, anywhere in the country, no matter where the supposed crime actually happened. They pulled the exact same move with Brennan. They handed his case to a prosecutor in Miami. And the reporting on why is blunt. Other offices looked at the Brennan case and decided it was too weak to touch. So the department went and found somebody who'd say yes. In my world, we had a name for that. When the people who knew the case best tell you there's nothing there, and you go shopping for a different set of hands who'll run with it anyway, you're not chasing justice anymore. You're chasing a result. And there may be a specific reason it landed in Chicago, because there's a nonprofit tied to Reid Hoffman based there. Hoffman's the billionaire who helped fund Carol's legal defense. And Trump's people have spent years trying to turn him into the villain of this whole story. Then there's the man at the very top of this. Todd Blanche is the acting Attorney General of the United States, and he's recused himself from the Carroll investigation. You want to know why? Because before he ran the Justice Department, he was Donald Trump's personal defense attorney. The most powerful lawyer in the country can't lay a finger on this case because he used to work for the man whose accuser is now the target. And I want to give you one more detail about the Chicago prosecutor, because it tells you everything about the quality of work coming out of that office. Just last week, Boutros had to walk into a courtroom and drop a whole batch of charges against people who'd protested outside an immigration facility. The reason he had to drop them is that prosecutors working under him got caught talking to individual grand jurors outside the courtroom, which is something you're flatly not allowed to do. That's not a paperwork error. That's the kind of misconduct that blows up cases and gets careers put under a microscope. So that's the office, and that's the prosecutor the Justice Department picked to go after an 82-year-old woman who lives in a different state. So when you look at the facts, everything surrounding the investigation, the timing, the venue, the recused boss, the prosecutor with the shaky record, all of it points in the same direction. And it's not the direction of a department calmly following the evidence wherever it leads. And remember what this has already cost her long before today. The appeals court spelled it out in writing. After Trump came after her in public over and over, she started getting death threats, threats against her physical safety. And she's been living under that duress for years. She didn't go looking for it. She told a jury what happened to her, the jury believed her. And for that, she spent years with a target on her back. Now the federal government has decided to add itself to the list of people coming after her. Here's the part I need you to hold on to. The power to open a federal criminal investigation is one of the greatest responsibilities that puts in anybody's hands. The second you decide it's fine to aim that power at the people who beat you in court, you give up any say over who picks it up next, or who they decide to aim it at. A weapon doesn't care whose hand is holding it. And I want to close by talking to one group directly, the career prosecutors and agents inside the Justice Department, the people who took the same oath I took. You see what I see. You know what a real perjury case looks like, and you know this isn't one. So let me say the thing that a lot of you are only saying quietly. Anyone still telling themselves this DOJ hasn't been weaponized is lying to themselves, and they know it. And if you know it, you've got two choices. Stand up and refuse to carry it out, even if it costs you the job. Or stay, go along and accept what that makes you. There's no version where you keep your head down and keep your
9 down, 4 up. Wish me luck. Oh no, I fucked up. I don't know. I think I'd like to do that. My dinner's getting cold because I have to fight this match. What was that? I want to let them whittle each other out. Like, find each other. I want to find a bush. Where's a bush? Oh, heads up. Heads up, guys. Wish me luck. Why is he shooting a gun? There's no one left. I don't have any cover here. Oh yeah! I fucking got it again! Yeah! 2 in a row, baby! Woo! Time for dinner. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Today,
Okay, I'm gonna get my dinner. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, that was fucking
let's
awesome.
talk about something I never expected to happen after more than 20 years of playing World of Warcraft. Recently, I received a permanent ban on my WoW account. That ban was later reduced to a 6-month suspension after a successful appeal. Now, this presentation is not really about whether Blizzard should ban players. In fact, I support them taking action against cheaters, bots, and people who generally violate the rules. What this presentation is about is something different. It's about what happens when a longtime customer receives a major account action and is unable to get meaningful information about why it's happened. This is my story, my account, and my perspective. So what happened? Let's start with the facts. I received a permanent ban. After appealing, the permanent ban was reduced.
Now notice he says start with the facts. Sorry, this terrible music. What is this music? Fucking stop. So notice he says let's start with the facts, and what he really means is let's start with the facts and then move on to the bullshit. And we're gonna move past them. I'm sorry.
The really shocking thing.
Wait, I want to hear this first.
Now to a home in Bellevue being marked as a serious problem. We're talking concerns of underage drinking, assaults, and other issues.
Really?
This morning, the rental home off Southeast 44th Place was searched, and one person was arrested as part of an ongoing human trafficking investigation. The department says it has received several complaints from neighbors about parties. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling is live now with those details on the police raid at the house this morning. Jennifer?
Good evening, Sabira. Neighbors tell me that they watched from afar as a drone flew over the property by law enforcement, and they also made that arrest. Police say that the renters told them that they were throwing OnlyFans parties at the house, but investigators believe it was also serving as a backdrop for human trafficking.
I've seen with my own eyes underage drinking and drug use and just huge throngs of kids at these parties.
This neighbor who wanted to remain anonymous says parties at this large home in Bellevue have drawn crowds of hundreds of people a night.
They are advertising with sophisticated social media models. They're charging tickets in advance for admission to the parties, so it's open to the public.
She says she was relieved when she heard police drones circling early this morning.
I could hear the loudspeakers asking them to come out with their hands up.
Neighbors like her say they've been calling in complaints to 911 and law enforcement for weeks about the parties.
The renters of this house identified this house as, quote, an OnlyFans house. This is a house that they were using to bring in individuals to perform for OnlyFans, as well as inviting strangers into the home.
Following an investigation, police determined that there was the possibility that human trafficking was happening that included underage kids.
It's not illegal to have a house where you host parties, certainly, but again, what we're talking about is not that. What we're talking about is people that are being coerced into doing things that they don't want to do. And at that point, that becomes human trafficking, and that's where we're going to get involved.
Despite the arrest, neighbors say they're still concerned because of what someone at the home said following the police search.
That they were going to have the biggest party yet on Friday as they walked by us. So we're not done.
I could tell you that if anything is planned at this house, the Bellevue Police Department will be stationing officers outside and will be enforcing the law with zero tolerance.
The cops are like, nah, we'll show up there. Fuck that. We sit around. We'll sit around somewhere. Hummus with falafel. Ouch, that plastic almost cut me. Ugh. And then potatoes with some ketchup.
And neighbors have said that the landlord did indicate that they had started some sort of eviction proceedings against the renters. However, neighbors say they will believe it when they see it. They are unsure that this will actually happen. I did reach out to a phone number associated with the property, and I'm waiting to hear back. Reporting live in Bellevue, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Now to a home.
The really shocking thing that a lot of people are missing from Trump's humiliating Meet the Press meltdown, the Knicks, MSG, NBA Finals backlash is crazier than most normies understand, when many think Netanyahu just gave America the middle finger, and the surprising end to one of the most troubling police chases in a bit. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. Donald Trump is doing everything he can right now to silence, intimidate, and domesticate his critics in the media, but they're not buckling. And among those, you have Kristen Welker. She's the correspondent from NBC's Meet the Press, who just did an hour-long sit-down interview with Trump, but all the talk right now, it's about the last 5 minutes. Because most of the interview, it was just her asking some pretty basic questions like, so, Mr. President, you can keep saying that the war is almost over, but why isn't it over? Or so, Mr. President, you promised that there would be no new wars, but isn't this a new war? And Trump, he was basically like, listen, Kristen, Obama sucked, Vietnam was way longer, your polls are fake, and we'd all be dead if I didn't stop Iran from nuking the earth. But then the conversation got a whole lot more interesting when Welker brought up the $1.8 billion weaponization fund that Trump wants to use to pay out people he considers victims of the deep state, including January 6th rioters. An idea that received bipartisan pushback from lawmakers, and a judge actually paused it while it gets challenged in court, with reports saying that the White House was giving up on it. But on Meet the Press, you had Trump doubling down on the fund, saying that he loves it, calling it great, and refusing to rule out paying Jan 6 rioters who assaulted police officers. And so naturally, that led into an argument about whether they were really victims, which became an argument about whether the 2020 election was rigged, and then just Trump lost it.
There's no evidence of what you're saying, but let me ask.
The really
What's happening here? Whoa. Whoa. Some kind of commercial. Sorry, guys.
The really shocking thing that a lot of people are the really shocking thing.
I am not pressing anything, but it thinks
The really
maybe it's my cat.
The really shocking thing that a lot of people are missing from Trump's humiliating Meet the Press meltdown, the
it was
MSG NBA Finals backlash is crazier than most normies understand, when many think Netanyahu just gave America the middle finger, and the surprising end to one of the most troubling police chases in a bit. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily.
I'm going to go to ESO now. I just wanted to play some action games. Yeah. Save.
Dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button.
You skipped me backwards,
victims,
did
which
you?
became an argument about whether the 2020 election was
Sorry.
rigged, and then just Trump lost
Gotta
it.
put my
There's
dinner
no
away.
evidence of what you're saying, but let
There's
me
a
ask
lot
you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about
Listen
Todd
to me.
Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
Well, it's
but
not been
evidence. The
presented
election
in a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in
You've never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election was
California.
rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's the
happening in
evidence
California.
to support
All I have to
that?
do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not
And I
evidence.
listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate? You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC, and CBS, and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits, because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat
I
in the
traveled
rain with
all.
you.
I know.
And according to Welker, Trump said that he returned to Meet the Press for another interview, but it's also not clear why he would, given that NBC is already on his
Shit
media
show.
offenders list. Which I'm not kidding here. This is an actual page on the official whitehouse.gov website that attacks Trump's perceived enemies in the press, from the Associated Press to Bloomberg to Fox. It even includes an offender hall of shame where they highlight things that they don't like, such as the Pulitzer Prize going to so-called anti-Trump journalists, or Fox News giving a pathetically weak interview to the foreign minister of Cuba's bloodthirsty communist regime. Stephen Colbert's supposed offense is that his boring career was marred with TDS and left-wing bias, and the truth is that he was a lunatic that sought to politicize the late-night scene, and everyone is better off since he was fired for his lunacy. And then there's the media offender of the week, which goes to CNN for having on a doctor that said that Trump has repeatedly fallen asleep in public, most notably during cabinet meetings. A claim that the White House categorized as left-wing lunacy and a conspiracy theory. And also, they let you know if you want the truth each week, you can sign up to the White House's Offenders Alerts newsletter, delivered straight to your inbox. Honestly, I gotta say, for a lot of the people that are gonna end up on this website, I imagine many are gonna use this as kind of like a badge of honor. Which actually, on the note of individuals that are on this list, some have responded. You've got people like progressive commentator David Pakman, for example, who is
Yeah, they think it's all funny till he just comes and kills them all. It's not funny.
put there for spreading what the White House claims was fake.
We all know how Hitler's act. I'd be very terrified to be on this list.
News about Trump's help.
If YouTube folds, I lose my nearly 4 million subscribers. Meta
Jesus
could pull my channels from Facebook and Instagram, where I have millions of followers combined. TikTok is already suppressing our views. I'm talking to lawyers. I'm talking to advisors.
Please,
we
a moment.
don't really know the full scope of what we're up against yet. What are they going to try to do with the people on this list?
And also in response to that,
Aurelian.
Gavin Newsom's press office writing on Twitter, completely unacceptable to target independent journalists like this and reporters in general, from David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen to Don Lemon and Stephen Colbert. A clear attack on the free press and the First Amendment. It needs to be called out in force. But from Trump's perspective, he's just correcting a severely deranged, hopelessly biased lunacy in the press that sometimes rises to the level of treason, and patient zero is his big ally, David Ellison, made Barry Weiss editor-in-chief, and she made Nick Bilton head of 60 Minutes after firing much of its staff. And last week, like we talked about, you had veteran correspondent Scott Pelley hammering Bilton during a staff meeting, while his colleagues reportedly applauded and laughed in Bilton's face. With Pelley, who was then subsequently fired,
no
sitting
doubt
down with New
Aurelian
York
can
Times
protect
reporter Garcia Navarro and explaining a lot more about what happened. First, saying that the days before the meeting, Bilton emailed the staff and
He told us in that email that it wasn't 1968 anymore. And he helpfully noted that gasoline doesn't cost 39 cents anymore. And suggested that we had all been frozen in amber in 1968 when the program first began. And that
on the day after the meeting,
One moment, I'll bind your wounds.
Weiss and CBS News President Tom Sabrowski.
Dismissive. Before I could take my seat, Tom Sabrowski said, "This is a firing offense." Tom accuses me of physically abusing Nick Bilton. And when he was caught in that lie, he said, "Well, okay, I take that back." Very quickly after the meeting
Where are you
began,
going? Where are you
Tom
going?
Sabrowski said,
the temple
"This
is the other
conversation
way.
is over."
Come
Right, of course,
back
after
here.
that, he got fired. And throughout this interview, you have Pelley, kind of getting the most emotional, talking about his colleagues, people who he worked with for decades, getting kicked out so casually and for no clear reason.
There are people in that room who go to war zones when they are pregnant. My former boss and
You have
former
such
producer Bill Owens
Turn back. I'm what? I'm tired of this. Leave
saved
or
my
die.
life
It matters not.
in a firefight in
That
Iraq.
can't be good.
Tanya Simon
We need to get those wards down fast.
spent her whole childhood waiting for the call that her father was dead, never knowing if she would ever see him again. Her whole childhood. Her father was a famous Vietnam correspondent. She's at the broadcast 30 years. Get out by 5 o'clock. Make of that what you will.
But, now that Pelley's out, he's free to speak openly about what's going on behind the scenes under Barry Weiss's tenure. And you have him saying that she put her thumb on the scale for Donald Trump and what he calls a level of political influence that he's never seen in 37 years at CBS News. And he actually elaborated on one example, the report on the killing of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in the protests in Minnesota. Saying the story, it went through screenings, was very well received, got notes, got rewritten, finally approved, but then...
It's Sunday. We're going on the air that night.
Scorpions,
And
poison,
about
courses
4
through its
hours
parade.
I'll disrupt the
after
ward.
our deadline, Barry Weiss sends an email to my boss, Tanya Simon. Two of the things in the email include, can we make the protesters look more violent? And the other thing was Renee Good's car. You need to describe her as driving toward the officer.
And all of this, even though according to Pelley, he'd already had his producers gather evidence of protesters being aggressive, including video of Alex Preddy himself taking out an ICE vehicle's taillight just to be balanced. But still, he says he and his team, they go back, they thoroughly re-examine their evidence, but they couldn't find anything they'd missed. But also by that point, there were 19 minutes from being so late, they had to cancel the night show entirely. So they made the call. They aired the episode without Weiss's edits.
19 minutes. I can't imagine that's ever happened. I wasn't going to get in a debate about it. I wasn't going to call Barry Weiss about it. I was just going to refuse to make those changes. Next day I didn't hear him. Nobody called, nobody said anything. It occurred to me that maybe Barry Weiss didn't see the broadcast.
But now, you have the situation, with Pelley and most of the senior 60 Minutes team gone, or because they were fired or they quit the protest. It's unclear whether there's anyone left willing to resist the political pressure from above. And so for some, and this group's been growing, this is effectively the end of 60 Minutes as a credible program. To others, they think that it could still be salvaged, and then we have this other group that I think probably is going to keep watching and get a sense of what's actually happening behind the scenes. And hey, you know, in the meantime, for no reason whatsoever, I just want to remind you that the authoritarian handbook that you can see now and also throughout history often includes chapters where your leaders, oligarch friends, buy up all the media to control the narrative, and they also send the state after anyone who resists. You know, just an unrelated tidbit, a factoid. And then also on the topic of politics showing up where you wouldn't normally want it to, we gotta talk about this insane controversy and backlash around Trump and the New York Knicks. Or because in case maybe you've been in a coma for the past couple of weeks, your social algorithms have not given you the best basketball content that we've seen in years, the New York Knicks have made it to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. With the Knicks facing up against the San Antonio Spurs, who are being led by an 18-foot Frenchman, and so far, the Knicks have actually won both games 1 and 2. They're actually on a 13-game playoff winning streak. And actually, even when those games have been happening halfway across the country, Knicks fans in New York have been gathering inside and outside of Madison Square Garden for a watch party. That amazing, iconic tradition, it's ending with Game 3. And that's thanks to Donald Trump's attendance by actually invitation from the team's famously unpopular owner, James Dolan. The NYPD making an announcement less than 24 hours before tonight's game saying there will be no watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden for Game 3 only. This was done fully in coordination with the Secret Service because of the presidential visit. We expect watch parties at Madison Square Garden to resume for Game 4. And so then with that, you had kind of both everyday and high-profile fans absolutely pissed off. I mean, you had Ann Coulter, of all people, calling it selfish and narcissistic. Also, ESPN host Stephen A. Smith, he took a break from tap dancing to say,
"This president has no business showing up in New York City.
Spider weaves the web
It is
around its
selfish.
prey.
Won't
It
keep
is
us out for long.
narcissistic. It is ridiculous that he is coming to this game."
As far as actual representatives, you had Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez adding that this makes it clear that Trump isn't thinking about the fans' experience, just his own.
There are just some things that, like, I mean, you don't want to go either to jinx it or just in general. Sometimes the accommodations that are required for the security for you to show up are just not worth shutting down the fun for so many other people.
And this idea that Trump's selfish, he's not feeling welcome, it's not just a talking head sense. That is being shared with stronger language by everyday fans on Twitter, with many people even calling for boos and chants against Trump at the game tonight. So it actually wouldn't surprise me if the viewership for tonight's game went up, people now seeing what's happening. And with all this, it is worth mentioning that there have been other official watch parties scheduled around the city, those including Walnut Ring and Central Park. So of course, whatever you do, be careful. It's not to say that watch parties for games 1 and 2 at MSG were, subdued, peaceful affairs with no security risks. A lot of it just looks like an amazing, awesome time. The watch party at game 2 on Friday, I mean, there were more than a dozen arrests and even an assault on an NYPD officer, which also highlighted some of the tension between New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani and the NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. Right, Mamdani, he's been vocal of his support of New York sports culture and has been celebrating this historic run alongside the fans. Tisch has said that high-profile events like this put a lot of strain on the NYPD. Who also, to be fair here, Mamdani, who's also going to tonight's game, condemned the assault on the officer Friday night, calling it dramatic. New Yorkers are rightfully excited about the Knicks' historic finals run, and we want fans to celebrate this moment together. There is, however, no place for violence and no tolerance for attacks on police officers. Though also, I'll say the watch party thing, it's not the only thing that is fans furious. The other big problem for a lot of people are the ticket prices. A lot of everyday New Yorkers, they do not have a prayer at getting seats to tonight's game or even game 4. And that's because you have the average ticket price coming in between $6,500 and $7,000 per seat. It's actually the most expensive average price ever recorded for an NBA final. And I mean, like, by a lot. So next closest would be Game 5 of the 2024 Celtics Mavericks series at $2,072, and every game in the most expensive top 10 comes in at less than $2,000. That's why you had TickPick's Matt Farrell saying, it quite literally is more affordable to have flown to San Antonio, gone to game 1 and 2, got a hotel, enjoyed San Antonio, did some touring and fly back, than it is to step foot in Madison Square Garden where you live. I mean, you even had players speaking out, with the Knicks' Josh Hart saying,
I wish the ticket prices weren't as crazy as they are. I feel like a lot of people who have been waiting for this moment for a very long time, unfortunately aren't able to get into the building with the cheapest $7,000, $8,000. So that's ridiculous.
And so then when you add all these things together, you're seeing fans on Twitter saying things like, first, loyal fans who supported the Knicks for decades, the team sucked, emptied their wallets, tickets, shirts, jerseys, get priced out of the building when New York finally reached the final. And those same loyal working class fans get a second middle finger from ownership. Due to Dolan's desire to push Trump, thousands of diehard Knicks fans are denied the chance to gather outside the garden, watch the game on the big screen, and share a once-in-a-lifetime moment with a community that helped keep this franchise alive when nobody else cared. Having access is reserved for the powerful, rich, and or connected are the fans who stuck with this team for 20-plus years of misery. And that's on top of the concern that Trump's president is just going to mess the good vibe going right now. And ultimately, it kind of seems like a lose-lose for Trump. If Knicks wins, Knicks fans are happy about that, but they're also angry about Trump because they're not able to be outside of the Garden. But then also, if the Knicks lose, it looks like
This
Trump...
is fun. This combat is fun. I like it.
The cycle of the two moons seems to be the key to dispersing the barrier. The cycle of the two moons seems to be the key to dispersing the barrier.
The barrier.
Barrier is down. Oh, but before we proceed, I need to speak with you. When we entered the temple, that skeleton... We found the Morning Stone on that pedestal. Wait, that's Aurelian! What's he doing up there?
Is that...
Leave Aurelian for now. We have to disrupt the summoning ritual. I'll destroy the bone piles if you keep the undead at bay. It'll take a moment to weaken the circle. Keep the undead away from me! I'll weaken the next circle.
Trump jinxed them. But for now, we'll wait and see. And of course, yes, this is a new show, but I also love it to be a conversation. Let me hear your thoughts, opinions, and reactions in those comments down below. And then there's even more we got to talk about in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, at a certain point, figuring it out yourself, it stops being inspiring and starts becoming the reason you've been stuck for 3 years. Sometimes you don't need more motivation. You need clarity. And that's why today's sponsor, Strawberry.me, is resonating with so many people. Successful people in the world do have to figure things out alone. We've got mentors, coaches, people in their corner, helping them cut through the noise and actually move forward. A lot of people know that they're capable of more, they just don't know where to start. And that's actually what Strawberry.me helped me with. Like, genuinely, I was skeptical of career coaching at first, especially because I feel like I'm pretty successful. But having someone objective, focused specifically on your situation,
we can do this.
It starts with clarity,
We
figuring
must
out
do
what you
this.
actually want instead of what you think you're supposed to want. That's a huge
Go.
one. Then you identify the
Help
blind
my
spots and
master.
obstacles that are hard to see when you're the
right
one
behind you.
inside the frame, unable to see the whole picture. And then finally, you build a real plan that's attainable. And whether it's a promotion, a new job, more direction, or a full career pivot, I mean, having a dedicated coach, it changes things. So hey, scan that QR code on the screen. Go to strawberry.me/Franco to get 50% off your first session. That's strawberry.me.
body now! Silence! Man command, Aldor!
DeFranco. You're gonna love it. But then diving right back into the news, Netanyahu defied Trump and triggered what's been described as the most serious escalation in the Middle East since the US-Iran ceasefire began. And then while the fighting seemingly paused, Israeli attacks on Lebanon, they still threaten to plunge the entire region back into war, while the American military, they are also increasingly concerned about their allies spying on top officials in the White House. And so to start, something that you need to know is that Iran has said that to end this war, any deal has to include an end to attacks on Lebanon. Last week, Israel and Lebanon actually announced a new ceasefire, which sounds good on paper, of course, but the word, it really feels like it started to lose all meaning. Israel, they insisted that they would still have the right to launch attacks if it necessary, and Hezbollah, they rejected the truce. So the fighting continued, and a few days later, Israel attacked Beirut, killing 2 and injuring 20, including 4 women and 4 children, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Health. You had the Israeli military claiming that the strike targeted a Hezbollah headquarters in the southern suburb of the city. Then soon after,
this is quite fun, honestly.
Uldor, I command you by the tears of the 2 moons, return to your prison.
Ah! That won't hold me for long.
You're Gathwin's ally, yes? Please disable these traps so she can make it to us safely. Despite all the centipede. Gathwin clearly has an opinion.
What you're planning. I won't let you throw your life away. Aurelian's plan is to let Uldor... Nothing you say will convince me. And he calls... Nothing you say will... And he calls me... You can't do this, Master.
The Dominion will thrive without me. It's far stronger than it knows.
You! I won't wear a poisoned outfit.
I've reconsidered what our combined power can do, Uldor. I willingly give myself over.
I knew such power would tempt you. Very well.
Hurry! Place the tears of the 2 moons in the pedestals.
Wretched fool! I'll turn your friend to ash. I won't be mocked by soiled attire. You'll not leave this tomb alive. You worthless rag! This tomb can't hold me forever.
Go quickly. I feel Uldor.
Responding with strikes targeting northern Israel, which were intercepted without casualties, and you had an IDF spokesperson saying that it was preparing its response, saying the Iranian regime has made a grave mistake. We will not allow the Iranian regime to establish a new equation. We will continue striking Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Then had Trump coming out against an Israeli response, telling Israel if Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. Finally adding, we are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what is happening. Trump also told Fox News that he had been warned about Israel's attack on Beirut and wasn't happy about it. And actually, when he spoke to the Financial Times, he said that Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu had no choice but to accept any deals that would negotiate with Iran. saying, I call the shots, I call all the shots, he doesn't call the shots. And he actually reportedly got on the phone with Netanyahu and told him straight up, do not respond. Then Netanyahu, he apparently defies Trump, with the Israeli military launching strikes on central and western Iran, claiming to have struck truck-based surface-to-air missile launchers, and later saying that it had also targeted petrochemical facilities and used, quote, unique materials that serve as critical components in the development of ballistic missiles. And then on the flip side, you have the Houthis in Yemen firing missiles toward Israel, and also saying that vessels linked to Israel would again be a target in the Red Sea. With then Iran also launching a second and third wave of
No
missiles
good
towards
comes
central
from
and southern Israel,
forgive
including
me.
near the country's main
There you go.
research center, where back in March, dozens were injured in an Iranian attack. And very notably, you had Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson arguing that despite Trump publicly opposing Israel's recent actions, the U.S. is ultimately to blame, saying no one believes that the Israeli regime would take any action without coordination with the United States. And so with that, saying the United States bears responsibility for the Israeli regime's aggression and will also be responsible for the consequences of any escalation. But with that, you are seeing more reporting that there is at least the appearance of a growing rift between Trump and Netanyahu, especially when it comes to Lebanon. Right? I mean, just last week, you had Trump reportedly telling Netanyahu that he was, quote, fucking crazy in connection to attacks on the country. And this week, besides Trump's own comments, you had the U.S. ambassador to Lebanon speaking to the press after meeting with the Lebanese president and suggesting that there are serious tensions between the two leaders. Them describing the recent exchange of fire as a political message and saying that we in the United States decided that the confrontation does not expand more. And he also later met with the Lebanese Speaker of Parliament and told reporters afterward that Trump is closely watching what's happening, claiming that he, quote, almost got into a fight with Netanyahu over Lebanon. Though, of course, a very big thing here is that even if the U.S. and Israel, they are not totally on the same page, there's no sign right now that American support is actually seriously in question. And for now, it does look like things have calmed down, relatively speaking. And actually, amid the back and forth attacks overnight, this morning you had Trump writing on social media that Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting. And then, claiming only an hour later that both sides, Israel and Iran, are looking to do an immediate
in my werewolf spec for Sork Healer, I'm wondering, can you tell me what to morph my
immediate ceasefire, and adding final negotiations on peace are proceeding, subject to ignorance or stupidity getting in its way. The blockade will remain in place and in full force and in effect until a final deal is reached. Things should move quickly. The one, you had many saying, it feels like Trump has said this 25 times already. And two, not long after that post, you had the Iranian military saying that it delivered a painful response to Israel and would stop its attacks, but adding, in the event of continued aggression and mischief, including in southern Lebanon, much more severe and devastating actions than before will be forthcoming. Similarly, you had Netanyahu posting a short video announcing fire is on hold against Iran, but would continue if Iran attacked again. And that reportedly coming after another call from Trump this morning urging to end the Israeli strikes. A call during which Trump also claimed that the U.S. and Iran are close to agreeing on a framework to bring the sides to the table for a longer-term deal. Though again, when we're talking about this, if you're like, I have a crazy sense of deja vu, yes. The supposed peace deal has become the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. And then also, in the meantime, like what's happening behind the scenes, it adds a whole new dimension to the conversation. Because despite the U.S. and Israel being incredibly close allies, you got the Pentagon now classifying classifying the counterintelligence threat from Israel at the highest level there is, meaning military leaders are concerned that Israel is ramping up efforts to spy on the United States, with this especially having to do with the belief that Israel is doing its best to surveil top administration officials in order to learn about its internal deliberations and decision-making process on the conflicts in the Middle East. And that's including by eavesdropping on American negotiators working on a peace deal with Iran. You had one Trump official telling the New York Times that Israel's espionage efforts have become, quote, unhinged. And with that, I'll say it's well known that the U.S. is spying each other to some extent, along with other allies. You've got things like back in 2021, Israeli military intelligence officers were actually caught planting listening U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency headquarters. Last year, Israeli agents were discovered to have tried to hit one in a Secret Service deal. Overall, the efforts reportedly started getting more aggressive in 2024 when the Biden administration somewhat pressured Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire in Gaza. And they reportedly continued ramping up as the Trump White House started making plans to attack Iran this year. Of course, you had a spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in Washington calling these claims completely false, saying Israel intelligence collection efforts are aimed at its enemies, not its allies. Any claims to the contrary are either misinformed or politically motivated. And also notably, the White House denied the reporting, with one official saying in a statement, the entire story is false and sourced to someone who doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on. And so, of course, do with all that as you will, and let me know what you think down below. But then, for the final block today, we've got more news, starting with the fact that a 4-month-old got flung from a car after a dad led police on a chase that hit speeds of 100 miles per hour. Yeah, just insane. And Arkansas officials just released footage of the chase, which appeared to start when they tried to pull over Tyrese Fletcher for a traffic violation. He sped off with his 4 kids in the car. You can even see an officer trying to land a pit maneuver on him a few times. But then before the officer could
he was 14?
in a statement, the entire story is false and sourced to someone you think in those comments down below. But then for the final block today, we've got more news you need to know, starting with the fact that a 4-month-old got flung from a car after a dad led police on a chase that hit speeds of 100 miles per hour.
4-month-old.
Yeah, insane. And Arkansas officials just released footage of the chase, which appeared to start when they tried to pull over Tyrese Fletcher for a traffic violation. That's when he sped off with his 4 kids in the car. You can even see an officer trying to land a pit maneuver on him a few times. But then before the officer could even do that, Fletcher loses control of the car. He hits a light pole bringing down nearby electrical wires. The car starts tumbling before finally then landing on its side. And when an officer runs up on the crash site, he finds a baby lying in the field of grass near the car. With the officer from there picking up the baby, running to safety before police realize Fletcher's other kids, all under the age of 6, were all
that was terrible. The cop just picked up that baby and ran.
also in the car as well, though they eventually got those kids to safety and Fletcher arrested. Well, thankfully, they only took some minor injuries in the crash. You still had officials saying the suspect's decisions placed 4 innocent victims in harm's way. With his arrest, you had police also finding a gun and marijuana. He's got 4 counts of endangering the welfare of a minor, felony fleeing, possession of a firearm, and 8 other charges. But then next up, in a different kind of car crash, talk about Los Angeles.
Please don't take your kids on a on a fucking high-speed chase. Please don't. I've been in 2 high-speed chases. I would never bring kids.
Where you have many celebrating, but others shouting stolen election because Spencer Pratt has now fallen to 3rd place behind City Council member Nithya Raman. Where LA's mayoral race this year has been a wild one, and California elections usually take one. You got a lot of late ballots coming by mail and slow counting process. But now with those votes coming in, you got things moving more and more left. While Pratt had been in 2nd, Raman passed Pratt by over 3,000 votes yesterday. With Raman saying, we are encouraged by the latest vote count and remain grateful to the thousands of Angelinos who have powered this campaign. Where as far as Pratt, he posted on Twitter kicking up kind of Trumpy conspiracy theories, saying they're not the only ones who know where to find votes. Makes a weird connection with homeless people.
Oh, so if you use the ability again, it stuns? Oh, okay. He fucking leashed. Fucking asshole. What's this? Oh, that's medium armor. I'm sorry. So light, medium. Oh, okay. Light, medium. How does armor work in ESO? Should I wear light as a werewolf or what? Like, you know, like a Sork healer werewolf. Every piece of armor you wear, passive bonus based on a weight. The more pieces, the more stronger the bonuses get. Five medium, 2 light. Okay. So it doesn't matter.
You there. Come here. I asked around. That farm. All right, you've had enough time. We've seen more. That sack of skooma bought. Get up, scum. This is what you get for brewing skooma. It's a long walk to Mistral. Don't try anything stupid.
This one understands.
Soldier, keep watch. Head to Mistral in the morning.
So the pet's an AoE.
And Rahman's new gains in the race. You had a lot of MAGA as this morning jumping in. You even had people like Elon Musk pushing this stuff, anti-hit fraud and election rigging. But many also found that amusing with Musk because he, in part thanks to one of his baby mamas, along with other things, has been at the center of other election rigging allegations. Of course, there's been no evidence of election rigging. In LA, they'll keep accepting votes until tomorrow, as long as they have an election day postmark. Remember, whoever wins with Pratt and Rahman, they're going to be in the runoff with Mayor Karen Bass. And in fact, Bass's camp, they see Rahman as the likely opponent, and so they've already fired off. We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA. And then the final thing that I'll mention today is this whole thing around Pete Hegseth pissing Mormon Republicans off after saying that they no longer count as Christians.
In December, I told you that we were going to revamp the military's current faith and belief coding system. The previous system had ballooned to well over 200 faith codes. 200. Our internal review committee recommended that going forward, the department use 31 religious affiliation codes.
Right, Hegseth said that the change would help bring the codes, quote, in line with their original purpose, giving the Chaplain Corps clearer information to help service members. And so with that, the option to identify as Mormon, at least on paper in the military, was out the door with things like atheism and paganism. And you had people like Hegseth's press secretary saying that this was long overdue. I think the change wasn't supposed to make any claims on the legitimacy of any faith or religious belief. But then you had ranking Mormons in the Republican Party like Utah Senator Mike Lee not liking it.
It's also
now
you die. To any
Not
sense
now,
of decency,
not ever.
any sense of our common heritage and our common belief that the government needs to not weigh in on doctrinal disputes between various religious denominations. Secretary Hegseth, tear down that wall. This is not cool. Get rid of it Get rid of it now.
With also Senator John Curtis speaking out, calling the move unacceptable, and Representative Mike Kennedy saying that it was wrong and needs to be corrected. And that pressure built over the last few days as more people began to speak out, and apparently it ended up being too much for the administration to ignore. Because you then had Lee speaking out again, saying that he took things all the way up to the president, and after their conversation, Lee said that he was thrilled about where things were going. Sure enough, earlier today, new codes were announced that added the Church of Latter-day Saints back to the list. They've been saying the Pentagon's job is not to adjudicate theological debates, but instead to ensure sincerely held faith is respected and encouraged in our ranks. But that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is the end of your Monday political show. But I do want to tease something I cannot legally talk about until Sunday. We're going to want to be subscribed to this channel with all notifications turned on, and if you're in North America, join the text line at 813-213-414. That's literally all I can say for now. Thank you for watching, liking, subscribing, sharing, doing all this stuff. I appreciate you. I love your faces. I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
I like the combat. It's repetitive, but it's better than WoW. I think it's better than WoW. It's more responsive than WoW.
Is power.
Are we going the right place? No, wait. I wanted to go south to whatever that black crystal is. Oops. Level 5. Oh, about to get there. That's cool. You can like see all this stuff. Title, attributes, maximum magicka is 30,000. Maximum health is 30,000. Maximum stamina is 30,000. Oops.
Revelations await.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something here, yeah. Temple of the Crescent Moons. Daraba al-Ghazali. He's level 16. It's a Khajiit. I like the game. It has a lot of fucking content, even for the first zone or whatever. Listen to it. I like it more than WoW, because it has like a more... Yeah, it has like a more arcadey, aiming, skill-based gameplay. Reminds me of New World, but when it's hard. I'm trying to find the black crystal or whatever the fuck it is. I guess I'll go all the way up.
Do not disturb the ritual, cub. Our...
I got shut out, but prime time's like kind of ending. Maybe they've gone to bed or they aren't worrying about it as much. Let's go out with a Potch on Yasmos. Oops. But nobody was here.
Give us the silver light that we can catch it in crystal. This one gives thanks.
Oh, it was a sky shard. Okay. I like that they're on the map now, because it's like way, way better. I guess now we go to that place. The guitar's good.
Warp drive active.
This one big thing.
That guy's just like died. Oh, this is a way shrine. Oops. Oh, have I missed them? No, I don't think I have been missing them.
Think they're all over the island?
There's a lot of voice acting in this. I have forgotten.
All this wasted effort. First the hurry. To the when move. If the inspector at bed, ha, you put.
I'm in the middle of something.
Gotta sit up my. Let's check on my cat. I'll be right back. No. How did Sissy get back out? Did I let her out? Sissy, are you outside? Sissy. Where are you, Sissy? Sissy, are you back here? Wait, where is it? Yay. Hi. I wonder where you are. Okay, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just checking. Okay, okay. Hi, kitty. I was just checking on you. I'm sorry. You didn't have to get up. You can go back to bed if you want. was just checking on you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up, kitty. You okay? Yeah. I'm just checking on your health. Make sure you're okay. You know, you had a health scare recently. They were worried about your cheek. Yep, your cheek right there. We're worried about your cheek. We were just worried about your teeth, you know? Yeah, your teeth and your cheek. I'm not trying to touch your head. It's alright. Yeah, I'm just checking on you, kitty. You don't have to get up, you know. I was just checking on you. You know, I forgot to scoop your box, and I've got to do that. It's late. Excuse me, kitty. Well, let's keep going here. Don't disconnect me. Oh, I gotta pick a new video.
Enrollment in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, has fallen sharply nationwide since the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act last summer. There are over 38 million people getting the food assistance, but more than 3.5 million of them have lost access, as states are implementing a series of new eligibility requirements and stricter processes for applying. Our William Brangham has more on what's happening and the concerns.
That's right, Amna. Last year's Republican centerpiece budget law is projected to cut $186 billion in federal spending on SNAP over the next decade. But it's not only about funding cuts. The new law changed eligibility criteria, like raising the age limit for work requirements from 54 to 64 and increasing the amount of documentation required to enroll. Since then, every state has seen a decline in people enrolled in SNAP, led by Arizona, where participation has fallen by 51%, according to some estimates. And those who are still eligible are receiving much lower benefits and often facing longer reauthorization times. Here's what 27-year-old Presley Nassis told us about the experience. He's a SNAP recipient, has a chronic illness, and works 2 jobs.
I went from having a little over $200 a month for groceries from SNAP funds to having absolutely nothing for 3 months. I lost weight. I ate less. I had 1.5 meals a day instead of 2 or 3. I pinched pennies. I saved food from the jobs I work at where they have free snacks. I took things home. And then when I was recertified, they renewed me for a significantly lower amount. So I now get $50 a month.
So for more on the state of food assistance in America, we are joined now by Sarah Naomi Bleish. She's a professor of public health policy at Harvard and previously worked at the USDA during the Biden and Obama administrations. Thank you so much for being here. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins and others in the Trump administration have been celebrating this decline in SNAP benefits, arguing that it's happening because the economy is better, they argue, that wages are getting better, and that they're rooting out fraud. How accurate is that?
So I would say that that's not accurate, and thank you very much for having me. So there are 3 main reasons why SNAP caseloads would decline. One is that the economy improves, since SNAP is designed to get smaller when the economy gets better. But the economy has not measurably improved since H.R. 1 passed in July of 2025. And we can all probably agree that affordability, including high costs of food, remain an enormous challenge for families in this country. Another reason SNAP caseloads could decline is that the rules change, and as a result, eligibility is constricted. That has happened. There are stricter time limits, meaning that folks have to prove they are working 20 hours a week or 80 hours a month to receive benefits. And the number of people subject to those time limits has gone up a lot. And that greatly increases the paperwork burden, since each month individuals have to document their hours, and then the state has to certify it. And the third reason that SNAP caseloads could decline is that states take actions which contract eligibility. So states face an enormous fiscal penalty if they don't get their payment error rates under control. So that refers to how much a person is under or overpaid for their monthly SNAP benefits. As a result, some states like Arizona are being overzealous in their implementation of the rules, making it much harder for eligible people.
Okay, so
Can any of you hear me? Where are you?
I don't like my current spec, and I'm going to try a different one just to see what the abilities are. So I have 8 skill points. This leaves me 6. I don't like the pet. He's loud and he doesn't do his job. I mean, he doesn't really do anything. I don't like Wall of Elements at all. But I do like Force Shock. Force Shock's good. Crushing Shock completely interrupts casters, and that's actually really good for this. 4 skill points left. Three left. So maybe I will use the familiar, I guess. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm really actually a werewolf. I just have to get out there to go unlock it. Oh, so this is a heal and this is a stun. I think I would prefer a stun, or sorry, heal. But it's only like a third of your bar. I think the stun's better and I should open with it. I just didn't really know. I'll put him on 4 since it's a stun. Or 2, I mean, I'm sorry, 2. Hi, kitty. I'm sorry, I got worried about you, kitty. I didn't see you all afternoon. I got worried. I love you, and you know, and I just get worried about you. I don't like Wall of Elements. It's good, but it's not really my favorite thing. There.
You there?
Who are you?
I lost a lot of... Hope they appreciate...
Kitty. I love my kitty. That looks pretty good. That looks better than it's ever looked.
Bless Ifra. She's
Kitty.
alive. Glow juice.
I love my kitty.
By the gods, it just
I'm
might.
gonna stroke her for
As
a
soon as I
while.
can stand
My
on my own,
kitty.
I'll head inland.
I'm sorry I got scared about you. You know, you went to the vet recently and I got scared, kitty. I was just like scared where you were, you know? You're not gonna die on me, are you? You're getting older now. And you hide back in that closet in that little tiny little space that you like, and I get worried that she just won't wake up or something, you know? You're getting older, kitty. It's better if you kind of stay around me and show me where you are.
Lieutenant Gellinger.
I don't care about that. Oh, my cute little kitty. My cute little kit. I love her so much. Love my little kit. Love my little kitty.
Turns out my squad. What do you mean? First, good.
You want a slick...
The prowler will float.
The pride of the long... Joe, man, Joe.
People to obtain or maintain benefits. And at the same time, most states, including Arizona, are understaffed. So they lack the capacity to process all this paperwork. And so when a person is applying for the first time, or recertifying or confirming their hours worked to comply with the time limit, there's a 30-day deadline. Even if an eligible person submits all the required information on time, if the state does not process it by the deadline, that person is automatically removed and has to start the process all over again.
I see. What about the argument about fraud that they make? That this is, the declining numbers are because people who should not be on the system are out of the system.
So fraud is actually very low in the SNAP program. It's about 1.6%, which is actually low relative to other federal safety net programs. And the new rules
So something about this bookshelf taught me about, like, two-handed, which is crazy.
These aren't Dominion safe. We'll share that out. All right.
It's a fun MMO. It's engaging me.
Actually don't target fraud at all. They're targeting payment error rates, which is
That
again
was
referring
fast.
to how much
I
someone is
say, but
over
something
or
you-
underpaid for their SNAP benefits. And so these changes will have no impact on fraud rates, which are very low already in the SNAP program.
There are other people who argue that this decline is also a sign of just a return to normalcy post-pandemic, that the pandemic caused all of this incredible need in the country. SNAP responded, but now we are moving back to a more normal period of life. We talked to Jack Salmon, he's at the conservative Mercatus Center. Here's how he described this.
SNAP program it tends to be pretty cyclical. So what that means is during economic crises like we saw in 2008, 2009, when the unemployment rate goes up, we see that program participation also goes up with that as families struggle more during times of economic strain. What then happens after the crisis, as the unemployment rate comes down and the sort of business cycle improves, we then see the SNAP numbers come down as well. But following the COVID pandemic, it remained elevated for quite a few years, really through the end of 2024. And I think now we're seeing somewhat of a sharper return to normalcy.
What do you make of that? Return to normalcy?
Where are the guards?
So this is not a return to normalcy because it is true that SNAP caseloads are going down, but they're decreasing for the wrong reasons. They're not decreasing because all of a sudden we have a much stronger economy. They're decreasing because what we're seeing is that eligible people are leaving the program because it's become too difficult to document and to maintain their eligibility. And that is deeply concerning.
As we heard from Presley Nassis earlier, describing just all of these different hoops, he also described having to submit all sorts of bank payments from Venmo and Cash Apps and getting letters from neighbors testifying to the fact that he was actually living in the conditions that he described. How much of this, I mean, the landscape has really seemingly changed for people who want to participate in the program.
Yes, and states are introducing a lot of more, I won't say that there are additional rules,
Be
but
gentle
states are
when you
making
speak
it
with Miss
harder for
Dingley.
people to submit the necessary paperwork. So there's all the things you have to submit, which is a big challenge for people that are trying to participate or maintain in the program. That's one challenge. But another challenge is then all this paperwork comes in and states have to process it. And just about every state is facing major staffing challenges, which makes it hard then to process everything on time. And if it's not processed on time within that 30-day requirement, folks are going to fall off the program.
And what do you make of the argument that some might argue, which is it's good to have these kinds of strictures. It's a big, important program. We ought to make sure that only the people who really are deserving are in that program.
I wholeheartedly agree that it's important that we are good stewards of public dollars, and we want to make sure that people that are in the program are in the program, and that is largely the case. What's happening is these new rules are making it such that eligible people who should be in the program are unable to participate, and that's not consistent with the mission of SNAP.
Going forward, if there are no changes and we stay in this current protocol, what do you imagine happening with SNAP benefits in the country?
We're going to see many, many fewer families have access to benefits. So just between the period of July of 2025 and February of 2026, so about 6 months, 3.5 million people have lost access to benefits. That is likely going to increase. And with that means that people will have higher rates of food insecurity, meaning they don't have enough to eat. And if you have higher rates of food insecurity, your health is at risk. You have higher likelihood of heart disease and diabetes and obesity. And so we are likely to see that people not only lack resources, but there'll be negative health and even economic effects because of these changes.
Sarah Naomi Bleish of Harvard University, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Those sea vipers are insane!
Oh, level 15, okay. I'm level 6.
They won't kill me today!
I like the combat now. I think it's fun. Oh. Oh, she got me. God damn.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What do you want?
Sir, and then we'll finish repairing them.
We've got some flooding in the hold, Captain.
Those damn sea vipers still watching us? Course they are.
We'll clear the wreckage away soon, Captain. Why does this one always spot the thieves?
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
A little bit later now, a little bit safer.
Don't believe her lies.
They potted me, son of a bitch. I like that way more.
Pain lies ahead. Turn back, Master.
This one does not understand. That's her. It's the lying spirit. Don't listen to these fools. They're nuts.
Master, no! The flames burn us! It hurts! It hurts!
You've done it, I'm certain.
Oh. Oh, damn it. Mistral.
Good evening, I'm Hamna Nawaz. Jeff Bennett is away. On the NewsHour tonight, Israel and Iran agree to halt their attacks after a series of strikes threaten to reignite the war and upend U.S. peace efforts. California's primary ballots are still being counted, and the days-long process is leading to unfounded claims of election fraud, including from the president.
Fraud.
And millions of families lose food assistance as Republicans'
This one has heard
signature
reports.
legislation is
You've kept
enacted across
busy.
the country.
Good.
Oh, good.
You
The
fit in
Republicans
now
are
more
so
than
good
ever.
for the country,
How
let
did
me
things
tell
go?
you.
Clearly, you were meant to help us out. John and Jode have a sense of humor, yes? And of course, Raz thinks...
What am I to do?
Stop
So
right
where are
there.
we going?
I'm thirsty. Let's find the
This
inn.
does not need to escalate. Simply pay the bounty, and you'll go free.
No. When?
Ha! Of course you don't remember. You're in your sixth flagon of plum brandy.
If that
Oh,
is
this
your
is
thing,
brutality.
that seems low.
Fag. This was after 3 drams of white eye and a flagon of moon sugar
God!
double.
Apprehend
You're
that
lucky
fool!
to be alive.
what we're seeing is that eligible people are leaving the program because it's become too difficult to document and to maintain their eligibility. And that is deeply.
Did you skip me back?
Welcome to the News Hour. Israel and Iran traded long-range missile strikes for the first time since the ceasefire went into effect 2 months ago.
Really?
Both countries appear to have agreed to stop their attacks, but not before sparking fears of a return to full combat in the region. Both President Trump and regional mediators are now in a scramble to try and salvage a deal to end the war with Iran. Here's Ali Rogan.
Tonight, the guns have gone silent, for now, after a precarious Sunday evening. Iranian missiles streaked across the night sky, threatening to return the region to wider war. Their target, Israel, for the first time since fighting was stopped by a fragile April truce. The missiles soared over western Iran on state broadcasts to music and cheers. Crowds waved both Iranian and Hezbollah flags in a nod to Israel's continued strikes against Iran's ally inside Lebanon. And their missiles came with messages, including, "You will regret." Air raid sirens sounded across Jerusalem by daybreak as the strikes forced Israelis, including hospital patients, to shelter underground. Like grim fireworks, interceptions of the long-range missiles could be seen across the sky. Others broke through, but did not explode, standing like headstones in the soil in both the occupied West Bank and as far as Damascus, Syria. Reminders that this escalation could once again embroil the entire region. Iran said its latest attacks were in retaliation for Israeli strikes this weekend against Hezbollah strongholds in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Earlier today, Iran urged the United States to rein in its ally.
The United States bears clear responsibility. Whether such violations are carried out by the Zionist Israeli regime in Lebanon or through its coordination with the United States in our region, the direct responsibility of the United States is unequivocal, and the consequences of any escalation of tensions will also rest with the United States.
Israel's military responded to Iran's attacks by striking a petrochemical facility in southwestern Iran, as well as other unspecified targets. And within hours of Israel and Iran exchanging fire, another of Tehran's allies, the Houthis of Yemen, brandished video claiming missile attacks against Israel. And the group renewed threats against Israeli-linked ships in the Red Sea. With regional war threatening to erupt again and the ceasefire with Iran on the brink, President Trump urged restraint on social media, saying both countries must immediately stop shooting, adding final negotiations on peace are proceeding, subject to ignorance or stupidity getting in its way. That perhaps a reference not just to Iran, but to the president's confrontation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has defied Mr. Trump by continuing to operate against Hezbollah inside Lebanon, including with new strikes in southern Lebanon just today. Iran has said a ceasefire in Lebanon is the only way it will pursue U.S. talks. In a video address, Netanyahu said his fight with Iran was stopped for the moment.
Right now, the fire at the front is contained, because after we hit the terrorist regime in Tehran, it stopped attacking us. If the terrorist regime in Iran makes the mistake and attacks us again, we will respond forcefully.
Trump recently voiced his displeasure with Netanyahu, telling the Financial Times, "I call all the shots." He later told Axios that if Netanyahu went back to war with Iran, he might find himself fighting alone. And in an interview taped before today's back-and-forth attacks, the president insisted that this was not becoming an endless war.
I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire.
During your 2016 campaign, you called the Middle East a quagmire.
What
makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
You're convinced this won't become a quagmire?
It's not a quagmire. I just wiped out the military of a very dangerous country.
Yet clearly, Iran's military retains its ability to launch long-range strikes, and one of Iran's top negotiators today said both the U.S. and Israel are neither committed to a ceasefire nor believe in dialogue, as a deal to permanently end the conflict remains out of reach. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Ellen Bergman.
A short time ago, the Israeli military said it had intercepted what it called a, quote, suspicious aerial element in the far south of Israel. The IDF said the incursion was from Yemen, where an Iran-backed proxy group is based. To help us understand how this latest operation will affect a host of issues, I'm joined now by Niad Maliki.
Move to flank!
Senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and previously served as a senior sanctions strategist in both the first Trump and Biden administration. And from Jerusalem, David Michalski, a distinguished fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and host of the podcast Decision Point. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. And Niad, I'll start with you. It's fair to say Iran has long said ceasefire in Lebanon, listen to peace talks. The shift from words to action is a big deal. Why would Iran choose to strike Israel now?
Well, it is a big deal. I think Iran is saying that Iran has been talking to Israel for decades now, arming them, funding them. This is the very first time that they're actually stepping in to help one of the proxy groups militarily. I mean, this is the first time Iran is going in to help one of these proxy groups, and it really it is very significant. And I think what really happened is, you know, Secretary General came out right before the conflict in Lebanon, before the strikes in Lebanon, and said, you know, we're not going to give Iran any sanctions. The only thing Iran is going to get from opening the Strait of Hormuz is and it's very clear that Iran's economy is under pressure, probably more than any other economy from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. They need the strait to be open, but also they need some kind of a sanctions relief. I mean, if they go back economically, they're going to have to deal with a population that is going to deal with inflation rate of 87%, food inflation rate of 200%, and if they're not getting the sanctions relief up front, things are going to get very difficult for the domestic. Now, they stand the few things. One, President Trump wants a deal, and they need to have the leverage to now get some kind of sanctions relief. Two, I think there's some disagreements between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I think they really try to exploit that in a way that they can get some leverage out of this and turning Hezbollah into a negotiating asset. They never, Iranian regime never agreed to bring to talk to now they're using Hezbollah as a negotiating asset. I think that's what it's.
So, David, if you can respond to what Niad just said there, you're in Israel. How have the Iranian attacks there impacted or changed the discussion about the war? And is there a wedge between the U.S. and Israel when it comes to Israel's war in Lebanon?
Look, I think here there's a bunch of variables that they're trying to juggle. The country has gotten used to going in and out of safe rooms, shelters, at a time of missile strikes, and then life just goes back to being normal. It's almost like a flash mob. They all come together and then they all go back to normal. But the Prime Minister is in a rough spot here because every day on the TV and on the radio, he's getting slammed by mayors in northern Israel who are saying, "You've abandoned us. You're like become the vassal of Donald Trump. He doesn't want you to hit Lebanon. You don't hit, but there's been a lot of soldiers that have been killed in the last couple of weeks. There are these fiber optic drones that Hezbollah operates. The idea of all its technological prowess has not found an answer to. And these very well publicized attacks of Trump on Netanyahu, don't act in Lebanon, I think has led Netanyahu to be in this unusual position where he's being outflanked on the right by these mayors saying the northern Israel could turn into a ghost town if you keep going on this way. And so I think he was under a lot of pressure to strike, to come up with this new formula, which is an attack on northern Israel, needs an attack on Dakhia, that's the Hezbollah stronghold in southern Beirut. And I think that's like the backdrop, and then Iran, up the ante and said, well, two can play this game. And you say, an attack on northern Israel is an attack on Dakhia. Well, an attack on Dakhia is an attack on Iran. And then it was off to the races last night with the Iranian attacks on Israel that accelerated, and this dramatic phone call, which seems like took place before 7 a.m. this morning, D.C. time, Eastern time, where it seems the president really sustained Netanyahu from a much more dramatic strike that was about from Israel against Iran a few hours later.
So, Miad, Iran, as David has said, has now upped the ante. How would you describe the status of the ceasefire? What does this mean for the future of any peace talks?
Well, I think at this point it's very clear President Trump is willing to, put pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to calm things down, go back to the talks and see what they can get with Iran. Now, Iran has changed the way things were as a couple days ago. Now, you don't just have Israel having been deterred to not engage militarily in Iran, but you're also now going to see probably Houthis start coming into the combat and engaging both Israel and potentially some issues that they can cause in a Strait of, in Bab el-Mandab, another strategically important strait that Iran can control through its proxy group Houthis that are going to be more emboldened now. They economically are in a bad spot. In Yemen's economy is in a very bad shape, the Houthi-controlled area. They probably need to get some leverage. They're probably hoping they can get some kind of deal with the U.S. in the West, get some sanctions relief. So they wouldn't be just, carrying the water for the Iranian regime, but also they can get something to deal themselves. And they can see President Trump that is really interested in opening up the Strait of Hormuz.
David, how would you look at this in the future? If this issue that Netanyahu is facing pressure from Trump, who's dealing with a very unpopular war here, but also, as Rina has pointed out, empowered Iranian proxies, and Iran looking for more leverage in those talks. How much flexibility does Bibi Netanyahu have?
Look, he doesn't have a lot, because the government of Lebanon, on one hand, is a government for the first time in decades, and this case is coming back from the bubble. It's been a state within a state. It's in the Middle East, you fire the shots, you call the shots. And the government is in Lebanon, Israel actually have a convergence to say Iran should not be the arbiter of Lebanon's future. That's the good news. The bad news is that there are all these structural problems here because for all their nice intentions of the government of Lebanon, they're not really willing to send troops to disarm Hezbollah in the south. And it's a no-man's zone, and they just keep firing at Israel. There's no government there. And so Israel's stuck. And my concern is that the Iranian, as much as Israel is trying to decouple the Lebanon front from the Iranian front, the Hezbollah might have found the wedge they're looking for. Now that Iran has brought themselves closer to Hezbollah, what Hezbollah says is, hey, this is great for me because it incentivizes me to create a rift between Trump and Netanyahu. If Iran's going to say, in other words, the keys are in my hand, Hezbollah, I could fire on Israel, Israel's going to retaliate, but then Iran's going to hit, and then Trump is going to come down on Israel like a ton of bricks. So I am concerned that this ceasefire could hang by a thread because Hezbollah has every incentive to increase the friction between Trump and Netanyahu. And that's what the Iranian linkage of these last 24 hours has done, and that's why we should be aware of it. Yes, it's true, Iran is not 10 feet tall. None of their rockets, missiles got through, all intercepted by Israel. No injuries in Israel at all. But I'm concerned that Hezbollah has found the key to deepen friction between both Trump and Netanyahu.
David Makovsky, Miad Maliki, we thank you both so much for joining us.
Delighted to be with you, as always.
Docking permission requested.
Be with you, as always.
Docking request accepted.
In the day's other headlines, authorities say there are now 3 more cases of New World screwworm, bringing the total number to at least 5 and sparking new concerns for the nation's cattle industry. The initial cases were discovered last week in 2 calves located within a few miles of each other in South Texas. These latest ones were found hundreds of miles apart. One in a calf near San Antonio, another in a goat near Austin, and a third in a dog in New Mexico.
A bounty has been placed on your person.
Secretary Bill Rawlins says every effort is being made to control any further cases.
We now know what the enemy looks like. We now understand what we have to do. This is not a virus, it is not a disease.
Did you come
it is
in
a
with this?
pest. And so we obviously are treating it as such.
Agricultural officials have sounded the alarm about the threat of infestation since a case was detected in Mexico in late 2024. The insect was a scourge for cattle ranchers for years until it was largely eliminated in the U.S. in the 1960s. In Boston, a federal judge struck down President Trump's hefty fee on H-1B visas for highly skilled foreign workers. U.S. District Judge Leo Sorokin called the $100,000 fee an unlawful tax that Congress never authorized. Before Trump announced the charge last September, employers typically paid between $2,000 and $5,000 in fees. The H-1B program was created in 1990 and offers visas to some 85,000 people each year, many involved in the tech sector. The Trump administration had argued that the program aims to replace rather than supplement American
Did you
workers.
come in with this?
In New York City, an investigation is underway into a stabbing at Penn Station that left 6 people injured, one of them seriously.
Stabbing
Authorities
at Penn
apprehended
Station?
a suspect, but did not immediately release details about the person's identity or potential charges. It happened yesterday evening in one of the nation's busiest transportation hubs, located just below Madison Square Garden, the site of tonight's Game 3 of the NBA Finals. President Trump is set to be there, becoming the first sitting president to attend a finals game. A local watch party was canceled due to the increased security, and police officials are asking city residents to avoid the area.
Place your hands
simple. Celebrate
This one
the
has
Knicks,
heard.
but avoid
Clearly,
MSG
you will
area
keep your wits
tonight
about you, my
if you do not have
Me-
tickets for the
can-
game or some
the
other
hi-
valid reason
Razumdar
to be
is
there.
Tonight is the first time that Madison Square Garden is hosting an NBA Finals game since 1999. The New York Knicks lead the San Antonio Spurs in the best-of-7 series, 2-0. College quarterback Brendan Sorsby won a temporary injunction today against the NCAA, despite his history of gambling on games. That means the 22-year-old could play for Texas Tech this fall. Sorsby had been suspended after admitting to gambling on college football games, including during his time at Indiana when he was on the roster. Current NCAA rules call for a permanent loss of eligibility for players who bet on their own team. But Sorsby only faces a 2-game suspension. In response, the organization said it, quote, strongly disagrees with the ruling, saying it, quote, undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports.
Come now,
In the
friends.
Philippines, a
Have you
7.8
seen
magnitude
Juraira's
earthquake has
latest
killed at least
shipment?
35
Don't
people
push, don't
and
shout.
injured more than
She's
200
got enough
others.
already.
The offshore quake caused extensive damage in southern coastal areas. It also triggered tsunami warnings in Indonesia, Japan, and Australia, though they've since...
Golden Lightning, 1671. If the enemy falls to within 2 seconds of being struck, an explosion deals an additional 6,000 to him and all nearby enemies, so it's like an execute.
Will this work never end?
I think I want the AoE.
Selling, buying, trading, right here.
Oh, it's a cat.
Ah, our friends. They must have recovered from the storm.
I sell to the nobility.
Buy locally, walkers. This is taking longer than I planned.
wasting moon sugar.
Since been lifted. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ordered classes to be canceled and disaster response agencies to begin helping affected areas. The U.S., France, and other nations have also offered their support. On Wall Street today, stocks steadied a bit after Friday's sell-off. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped about 80 points to start the week, but the Nasdaq rose more than 200 points, or almost 1%.
Unclawed blankets,
The S&P
more
500 also managed a modest gain. And a new musical, which pokes fun at the golden age of musicals,
Want to buy a carpet?
was crowned
How about
Best
do
Musical
not eat
at
the
last
rats
night's
this
Tony
once.
Awards. In his speech, Schmigadoon producer and SNL creator Lorne Michaels said, quote, "Sometimes singing, dancing, a lot of jokes, and a happy ending is really all you need." Ragtime won Best Musical Revival, and its star, Joshua Henry, earned his first Tony Award after 3 prior nominations. And the Arthur Miller classic, Death of a Salesman, raked in the most awards of the night, 6 in all, including Best Revival of a Play. Still to come, on the News Hour, new data show just how many people are losing food stamps due to stricter requirements. Amy Walter and Tamara Keith break down the latest political headlines. And Dave Eggers discusses his newest novel and supporting the next generation of authors.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
Well, ripple effects and strong opinions are still flowing out of a lengthy interview with President Trump on NBC's Meet the Press over the weekend. Among the points of contention, Trump's baseless claims about the 2020 election results and the security of current elections.
Trump walked out of the NBC interview after he repeatedly made false, unproven accusations that the California elections were, in his words, rigged, while also asserting the same about his loss in 2020. Here's a portion of that interview.
Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS.
Everyone's crooked. Everyone's crooked at Mr. 34 Felonies, Mr. Child Rapist, Mr. Jeffrey.
And
everyone's crooked.
CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided.
You're crooked.
network.
You're crooked.
Right. Let's
You're
call
crooked.
it quits because I've had enough.
I've had enough, bitch ass.
Joining us now to
That's right.
sort out fact
Run
from
home to
fiction
mommy,
is
pussy.
Tammy Patrick. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Programs at the National Association of Election Administrators. She was also an elections official in Arizona for 11 years. Tammy, let's start with 2020. We're still talking about this, unbelievably, but 6 years later, what do we know about any evidence of fraud in that election?
Well, it's great to be here talking about the 2020 election once again. It's important to remember the 2020 election was audited, it was recounted, all court challenges were heard and ruled on, and there was no evidence to dispute the official results of who won the 2020 presidential election. It's long past time we move on.
Now, President Trump does want one thing that is generally popular in polling, and that is the idea of more voter ID. But he also wants some very unpopular ideas like banning voting machines and, in addition, limiting or entirely banning mail-in voting. And he is actually taking action on that front. So under his order, the Postal Service itself last week proposed new rules. They would standardize ballot envelopes, but also would require that states give the federal government all the names and addresses of every voter that is slated to get mail-in ballots. That, of course, faces some serious court challenges. But I want to ask you, for those skeptical about mail-in voting, which has been a drumbeat for President Trump since 2016, what do you say to them about the chances of fraud from mail-in ballots.
All across the country, voter eligibility is verified, and the voter is authenticated both when they request a ballot and also when the ballot is returned to the election official. Now, this can be done in a variety of ways depending on state laws, and every state has a law about this. In some cases, it's a comparison between the signature on the envelope and the signature on the voter's file. But in every case, the voter's eligibility is authenticated using what that state law has determined is correct in the state, and we ensure that the ballot packet is from the intended voter.
Do we know how hard it is to fake a signature in that case?
I left the light on.
So I've taken forensic signature training, and I will tell you it's pretty difficult because it's not just that everyone signs their signature exactly the same each time, because we don't. We're creatures of habit, but we are not perfect. So there are other things that are taken into account. The slant and slope, the line orientation. It turns out some people are what we call floaters, where you sign your name
This
above
one
the
cannot
line,
tolerate such...
or the signature is
Wait, how
bifurcated
much
by
for
the
that?
line.
Drive
It's that
active.
sort of characteristic of how someone signs their signature that someone wouldn't know who's just randomly trying to forge a signature. So that's part of the security in the system.
All right, now let's go to California, which Trump referenced the results as they are coming in right now. Let's look at the LA mayor's race right now. The top two move on to November. Currently, that is two Democrats, Republican and former reality star Spencer Pratt, you see there, has fallen to third. Again, results are still coming in. President Trump wrote today, not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections. And also, not long ago, Speaker Johnson also raised sort of vague doubts about California. California is an outlier in terms of how long it takes to count votes. But why do results change there? And is there an opening for fraud?
Exotic foods.
For voters, it's important to realize that for the election professionals conducting our elections, it's about the process, not the outcome of the election. So while it's true that California has the
Those are Dominion markings on the hill.
Period based on their state's law, in every state in the nation, there's a period of time after Election Day where the election officials are checking to make sure that all eligible ballots are in fact correctly adjudicated, that they're counted if they're supposed to be counted, and if they shouldn't be counted, that they are kept from the final tabulation. So in California, it doesn't really take that much longer than the rest of the nation. On election night, the press project who they think the winner will be, but when the elections are close, we pay closer attention to the process in those days after election. There's a lot of discussion about, well, why can't it be like Florida? Well, the truth of the matter is, in Florida, they're already counting ballots after election day. But unless the race is close, people are not paying as close attention. So what's really important here to understand is that part of the reason it takes a while is because of the security of the system. And it's not so much that it's opening up for fraud, it's the fact that it's securing it from any other influence outside of the voter's intent on marking their own individual ballot.
In just the last few seconds here, we know there are some documented instances of fraud that conservatives track, some alleged, some proven. The Heritage Foundation, a conservative group, cited 43 in 2024. But that doesn't mean that these are mass attempts at fraud. Are these generally just individual cases in our last few seconds?
It is. I mean, I want to make really clear that voter fraud is exceedingly rare. The number of instances is not zero, but it's also not in the triple digits, even as millions of ballots are being counted. We can't point to a single election where voter fraud changed the outcome of the election. And don't get me wrong, we want to make sure that's as little as possible, but that's why election professionals all across the country have so many security processes in place. And that's why our elections are transparent and observable, with observers able to watch as the whole process plays out, no matter how long it takes.
Tammy, Patrick, thank you for covering so much ground. It's our time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Enrollment in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, has fallen sharply nationwide since the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act last summer. There are over 38 million people getting the food assistance, but more than 3.5 million of them have lost access, as states are implementing a series of new eligibility requirements and stricter processes for applying. Our William Brangham has more on what's happening.
We watched this one
President
already.
Trump walks out under tough questioning from NBC. Democrats face character questions ahead of a battleground Senate race, and President Trump's influence is once again on the ballot in South Carolina. Here to unpack it all is our Politics Monday duo. That's Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter and Tamara Keith of NPR. Great to see you both.
Good to be here.
Let's start with this interview that's getting a lot of attention. I think it's fair to say Trump officials proudly talk about how accessible this president is to the press. We know he takes a lot of questions on the fly in the Oval Office, before leaving from the South Lawn, and even on very brief phone calls from reporters all the time, where he ends the conversation when he wants to. He rarely sits down for extended, rigorous one-on-one interviews like the one with Kristen Welker on NBC's Meet the Press. As we played earlier, he got very frustrated, Tam, under questioning about his anti-weaponization fund and about rigged election claims she was asking for evidence about. What stood out to you about how angry the president got in response?
Well, so much of the questions that he takes, as you described, the calls, all of that is on his terms. He's calling on the questions he's answering the questions that he wants. And when he gets a question that he doesn't like, he very frequently attacks the journalist, most especially female journalists, and he attacks them in very personal terms. You saw at various points during this interview him criticizing going after Kristen Welker and her questioning and her professionalism. She stood up for herself, but this, at the end, as he's walking out, he was being pressed on this, this soft spot for him, which is the 2020 election and his whole idea that the election was stolen and the election rigging and all of the things that he's been talking about for all of these years.
Baseless ideas, we should underscore here, right?
Yes, yeah. And that is why it is central to his identity, and it continues to be something where he doesn't have a good answer to the question of where's the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Amy, how did you look at this? And also this larger argument where the White House is always saying he's so available, he's very accessible to the press.
Right. Listen, if you said, why do you think the president chose to go on to a major platform, a Sunday show, I would say, well, probably because we're in a war in Iran, although which he calls not really a war, but there's that. And voters are very upset, number one, about the actions being taken in Iraq and the repercussions of it, namely higher inflation, gas prices, and that here's an opportunity for the president to explain his thinking. Where are we going in Iran? What's the timeline? To give some clarity to that, and to also empathize with Americans who are saying, yeah, but my gas price went up, inflation is still high, they're in a farm state, fertilizer's too expensive. That was a great opportunity to do that. He provided none of that in this interview. So really, I think he uses it, to Tam's point, as an opportunity for him to say what he wants to say, be on the record for the issues that matter to him. I do think it's more, though, than just obsessing about 2020 that becomes problematic. And Lisa obviously did a whole piece on this before we came on, of really undermining the integrity of elections and the idea that as we go into 2026 election time, the president's numbers aren't looking particularly strong. The difficulty that Republicans are going to have to hold on to both houses in this upcoming election, undermining this as a rigged election is only going to further the frustration, division that we have in this country about how our elections are handled and what it means to actually have a free and fair election that Americans can agree whether they won or lost was actually valid.
Well, I know you've both been following the lead up to the primary elections in Maine tomorrow very closely. Fair to say, barring rather any kind of extraordinary upset, Graham Plattner is likely to win the Democratic nomination. Susan Collins is likely to win the Republican nomination. And of course, there's a number of scandals around Plattner that have only grown recently.
Joan and Joe,
from the Nazi tattoo to sexting while married to ex-girlfriends alleging violence. Plattner denies any violence, we should say, but on everything else he says he's transformed. And this is how one of his supporters actually sees it. Take a listen.
It's refreshing to have someone actually own up to stuff that they've done and say, yeah, that wasn't such a great idea. I'm working to be a better person. Why? Because that's what we all need to do. We all have flaws. It's not a perfect world.
So, Tam, not for Republicans, because I think President Trump has moved the bar so far, but for Democrats, this sort of stuff would have been disqualifying not long ago. What's changed?
I think that if you talk to a lot of Democrats, they would say, Susan Collins. Like, they really see Maine as a solid pickup opportunity. And any chance that there was for Democrats to put forward a different candidate, and establishment Democrats absolutely did want to put forward a different candidate. Governor Janet Mills, who was seen as a strong recruit by Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats, by the time she got into that race, Graham Plattner already had huge momentum. He was like riding a wave, and she's there paddling, and she just can't catch it. It was too late by the time she got in. And so now at this point, Democrats have the front runner that they have. And you know, I think that there are lots of nuances here, and a Democratic primary is also different than a general election, and I think that we really will see a test not just in Maine, but also in Texas, where Ken Paxton, the Republican nominee in the Senate race, all of his dirty laundry was aired in that primary, and he won anyway. And so I think there is a question of whether, primary electorates are different than general electorates, or whether we're in a new era where the sort of scandals that would have taken down a politician don't matter anymore. Yeah, and by the time some of those first Reddit posts came out, Graham Plattner had already built and established this sort of I was actually up in Maine the day of, or the day after those first Reddit posts were revealed, and sitting at an event, someone comes up to Steve Graham Plattner and said, well, we all know this is probably the Democrats in Washington who did this. So the lack of faith and trust in the establishment, whether it is the candidates that they pick or if it's the main establishment, or whether it's the quote-unquote establishment in Washington.
Circle around!
Lack of faith, too, in how rumors like this get into the mainstream media, also important. But I think Tam's point about the primary is also critical. I don't think Graham Plattner is losing support from Democrats. This is a blue state, so theoretically, you only need to win Democrats to win. But this is where Susan Collins comes in. If you look at her success over the years, it's not because she is winning Republicans, more Republicans. It's that people who voted for Joe Biden
I've been waiting forever to
2020
spend time with my darling.
crossed over and
Little
voted
privacy.
for Susan Collins. And the number one group to do this were women. She won women by 3 points. Joe Biden won women in that state by more than 23 points. If Graham Plattner's going to win in Maine, he's got to win women who crossed over to vote for Susan Collins. We're not going to find out whether he can do that tomorrow night.
Let me ask you, too, about South Carolina, because their gubernatorial primary, the Republican primary, is also tomorrow. From Louisiana to Texas, Amy, as you have seen, we've seen President Trump's influence in being able to oust incumbents for his pick to make it ahead. In South Carolina, he's pushing for Lieutenant Governor Pam Vids. How do you look at this? What's going to happen here?
I think she's definitely a front runner in this, but these are also South Carolina and all these many of these southern states have runoffs, and so getting that nod is really important. Where the president has yet to weigh in is in Georgia, which has actually next week has a runoff in the Senate race there. I think that is also notable.
Yeah, and I will just say in South Carolina, a governor's race is different than a Senate race or a congressional race. And so I am certainly watching whether President Trump's influence is as strong when you're looking at a state race versus a federal race that has federal implications for how he's able to govern.
Tamara Keith, Amy Walter.
Sissy.
Thank you both very much.
You're welcome.
I love my sissy. I love this kitty so much. Hi. Yeah, you're special. I know it, baby.
Best-selling author Dave Eggers has a new novel out this week telling the story of two art-obsessed friends over many decades. And there's much more to the author's own story as well. Senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown reports from San Francisco for our Arts and Culture series, Canvas.
Yeah, I bike around the Embarcadero a lot.
For Dave Eggers, his latest project began on a bike ride.
I found this giant door open in this pier and I discovered it was completely empty.
And some thought or light bulb went off.
Yeah, I'm always looking for empty space, I guess, you know, like how do you fill it?
It's perhaps not the thought most would have, but Eggers walked into the 100,000 square foot emptiness of San Francisco's Pier 29 and did what he often does. Imagine new ways to allow creativity to flourish, accessible to all.
How do we make the arts free? How do we make them accessible
What
so
have
that they're
you-
never exclusive?
Agir tragizeri.
Like how do you make it so that there's never an economic barrier to being
Sorry,
creative?
you did what mother could not.
You gotta fight for that.
This new vision, a
did
project
what I
called
knew to
Art
be
and
right,
Water.
to restore our family.
Arts education and
You've
work
proven worthy of our
students
name.
learning under
Do
the
you
tutelage of
understand?
established artists.
Yes, Mother.
The goal to
I'll
address
dance
one
beneath
small
the two
piece of
moons,
this
as
expensive
you've taught
city's
me.
affordability crisis.
Then we must complete your
So if you look
training.
at a raw space like this, immediately the easiest use is maybe one of the most necessary too, is like to try to put visual artists back in San Francisco.
Eggers himself, now 56, is best known as a writer. His 2000 memoir with the brash title, A Heartbreaking Work of Staggering Genius, was a bestseller and something of a generational sensation. He's written 39 books in all, fiction, nonfiction, works for young readers and children. But early on, he trained as a painter at the University of Illinois and still makes art, here screen printing. And his new novel, Contrapposto, centers on a young would-be artist in the Midwest named Cricket, his childhood friend and love interest Olympia, and their adventures together and apart in the art world over decades, into their 70s.
I've been working on this book off and on for 20 years. And it's been in my head since I was in art school myself.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it seemed like a formative experience or something you wanted to address?
Both. But I wanted to sort of also sort of write about, you know, a 60-odd year friendship, you know, and that kind of devotion. You don't see it that often in fiction.
The book's title refers to a position of the human figure in art, a counterpose. Think Michelangelo's David. The characters, well, they took shape in Eggers' mind long ago and wouldn't leave.
I got to know Cricket and Olympia so well that I just was transcribing their conversations. I didn't have to
that's
write.
how you felt?
Oh, it was you're just keeping up with what they're saying in your head. You're not writing anymore for a while. You're just trying to transcribe quickly enough to get it down, because these are just like people I knew for 20 years.
Eggers' own life drawings appear in the novel, an unusual touch for an author. But then much about his own life and work is unusual. His own publishing,
Every one of these sea elves is a venomous serpent waiting to strike.
and more.
We should have cleansed this place of malware scum the moment we arrived.
The most important work, youth writing programs. In 2002, he helped start 826 Valencia, a nonprofit after-school program teaching writing skills to children aged 6 to 18. Its success led to the creation of 826 National, and a network of youth writing centers across the country and abroad, some 70 in all to date. Eggers credits teachers in his childhood for opening up his world.
So I wanted to give that same experience to these kids, to to tell them that their work and their thoughts at this stage in their life are valid and matter, and they're worth writing down and publishing.
And now many of the results, books, are gathered in the year-old International Library of Youth Writing, billed as the first of its kind. Shelves of writing from around the world, photos of young authors, in a warm, cozy space with hidden rooms, a secret Narnian wardrobe passageway.
We thought, okay, it's time to have a library where we display all of these books over the last 20 years.
Would you love to be surrounded by?
Lord can take them
I was
all.
so happy.
Why did the Sylvanar negotiate with these filthy Malmer?
Dozens of kids that like worked their butts off to draft after draft, held to professional standards, and all of their thoughts and hopes and fears and everything are contained forever in these really well-made books.
We watched a writing session for 8 to 11-year-olds from around the city.
I just wanted to talk about the facts of an event.
Pencils and paper, even typewriters, no screens.
And we're finding that in this digital age, kids are so desperate to get back to something tactile.
You're seeing that, you're feeling that?
Every day, like, for sure they will use a screen if you put it in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think if you give them a better alternative, something really kind of fun, and if you ask them to express themselves in a book that will be made permanent, they will choose the latter.
And why do it when you're a successful writer?
Feeling useful as a writer is not a everyday occurrence. You know, you can spend 18 months, 2 years, or whatever on writing something that you don't know if it's going to come to anything, but you can be, you know, sent into a middle school with 826 and like feel like in 2 hours, boy, you really have an impact.
Some old-fashioned ideas in a fast-changing world, helping kids write books.
I added what you said, put in my own words, and used the support claim.
Helping artists find a way and space to learn and create. Art and Water has a planned opening later this year. Dave Eger's own new book, Contrapposto, is now out. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown in San Francisco.
Oh, my cute kitty. I love her. Rub the kitty time.
Don't forget, you can find many more
it's a
stories and
sissy.
follow the latest news on our website, pbs.org/newshour. And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Amna Nawaz.
Well, I love this
On
kitty.
behalf
I
of
love
the
her. Are you
entire
feeling a little
NewsHour
better?
team,
I think
thank
you
you
are.
for joining us.
Are you feeling a little better,
Major
kitty? I think
funding
you
for
are.
the PBS NewsHour has been provided by the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation, upholding freedom by strengthening democracies at home and abroad.
Those not as long.
Friends of the NewsHour, including Robert S. Kaplan and Wendy J. Selden through the Raymond James Charitable Endowment Fund. Art Collins and Sophia Shaw through the Arthur D. Collins Jr. Foundation and George D. Hanby III. The Ford Foundation, working with visionaries on the front lines of social change worldwide. The John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, committed to building a more just, verdant, and peaceful world. More information at macfound.org. And with the ongoing support of these institutions.
Your pardon, friend.
This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
It's hard.
We upheld. Any luck securing a copy of the treaty?
You're watching PBS.
Warp drive active.
in as little. It's a name.
I remember this game. I played it in closed beta, and they didn't have voices. It was just this. It was just Microsoft Zero. I'd never heard of video. I'd never ever heard of a video game with AI before until ESO, and like yeah, I remember they hadn't brought in all the voice actors yet, and like it was crazy. It was. I actually preferred it with Microsoft Zero. It was much easier for me to follow what was going on for some reason.
You think this one drinks on the job? The pragmat.
The Dominion welcomes
Be
all who wish to join.
disgusted by its cold, oozing nose.
The voices are starting to annoy me already. I mean, I'm not listening to.
Dominion isn't about what is taken from you.
Shut
but what
up.
we gain from each other.
Jesus Christ, it's way too much dialogue. I'm turning it off. One of the weird things about Elder Scrolls 6 is it's gonna have to outdo this MMO. It's gonna like have to outdo it. And I don't know. There is so much in this game. I don't know. Oh, are you leaving me, kitty? Bye. Ooh, free medium armor skill up. you're back. Welcome back. I love my kitty.
Good evening, I'm Amna Nawaz. Jeff Bennett is away. On the NewsHour tonight, Israel and Iran agree to halt their attacks after a series of strikes threatened to reignite the war and upend U.S. peace efforts. California's primary ballots are still being counted, and the days-long process is leading to unfounded claims of election fraud, including from the president. And millions of families lose food assistance as Republicans' signature...
Wait, this is what I wanted to watch. That's not what I queued. Oh, damn it. Go.
Fans were shocked when Key and Peele abruptly announced that they would be ending
Oh, they're breaking up finally, huh?
their iconic sketch comedy show in 2015. At the time, everyone assumed the duo was simply ready to move on to bigger opportunities, and that was true for one of them. Jordan Peele's Hollywood career skyrocketed, becoming one of the most respected filmmakers in the industry. Keegan-Michael Key, on the other hand, has been jobbing for commercials and insignificant roles in films, which is shocking because Key was always considered the more popular of the two and expected to be more successful in the long run. But recently, a comedian who worked closely with Keegan revealed something that completely changed the way fans looked at Key and Peele's relationship. And now many are looking back at awkward interviews, strategic silence, and most importantly, how Keegan's wife may secretly be the reason why the duo feels so distant today. However, there are a lot of baseless rumors and misinformation spreading, as well as important facts we need to dive into before you come to the conclusion of what happened to Key and Peele. Despite the show only running for 3 years, the legacy and impact of Key and Peele cannot be minimized. Just take a look at the Comedy Central YouTube channel. 18 out of their 20 most viewed videos are all Key and Peele sketches, amassing over 1 billion views just on YouTube alone. Think about all the classic Comedy Central roasts, TV shows, and stand-up specials. None of them can even hold a candle to Key and Peele. But it could not have happened if the two didn't develop a deeply personal connection off screen. They were both raised as biracial children to a black father and a white mother, growing up with the unique identity of being mixed. Sometimes they felt that they were never black enough. Sometimes they felt they were never white enough, and were forced to code switch to assimilate with whoever was in the room. This shared life experience would become central to their comedy and to their chemistry in life in general. After moving from Detroit to Chicago, Keegan-Michael Key crossed paths with Jordan Peele, making the rounds in the local improv comedy scene. The two realized they had incredible synergy, so they started working together and were eventually picked up as writers and talent on the Fox sketch comedy show Mad TV.
Banker is prepared to offer you $350,000.
No deal. We going for the million. We going for the million. We going for the million. Don't matter what you say, because we're going for the million.
The few sketches that they did together on Mad TV displayed their incredible chemistry and indicated that they needed their own show.
What do I always say? Stay on the inside.
Oh. Cheats, no backsies, no penny tax.
What? You ain't supposed to talk.
Their time on Mad TV was short-lived until the entire program was canceled in 2009. Afterwards, Key landed a supporting role in the short-lived sitcom Gary Unmarried, which was canceled.
You know, my best friend really liked Key and Peele, and I thought they were funny, but he said they were like the funniest people on television. That I disagreed with completely. I was like, I don't think they're that funny, and that was like, I struggled with it. A lot of people really love Key and Peele. I wasn't one of them. It's annoying.
Canceled in 2010.
I think that's why they're not around anymore. This game needs a torch.
Meanwhile, Jordan's pilot for a comedy show titled The Station had been shut down by Fox executives, leaving both of them without work.
Yeah, they did him a favor.
That's when their shared talent
They did him a favor.
manager suggested that the two get together and try to launch their own project.
So my sitcom got canceled and his pilot for Fox didn't go. And our manager said, would you guys be interested in doing something together? Because I've got a situation that I think I can leverage.
The result of this was them creating their own sketch comedy show called Key and Peele, which was picked up by Comedy Central and slated for a 2012 release. Their series debut came right after the season 4 premiere of Tosh.0.
Well, that was a good season. Tosh, I favor Tosh.
Setting the comedy duo up for the biggest opportunity of their career.
I've always thought Tosh was almost one of the best comedians in history.
And to say they capitalized on it would be an understatement. Two of their most iconic sketches were in the very first episode, starting with a classic where the two attempt to say a forbidden word in regards to their wives. Which by the end of this video, you'll see how incredibly ironic it is that this was the very first Key and Peele sketch.
I looked this woman in the eye, I said,
Instant hit. Over 2 million viewers tuned in for the debut episode, and future episodes would continue to pull in millions of viewers. But before we get into that, we all live busy lives. There are so many things to do, and it never feels like there's enough. And check that appointment off your to-do list. Every season they put out a new sketch that would become a cultural staple, like the East-West College Bowl, where they poked fun at ridiculous names of college athletes.
Hingle McCringleberry, Penn State.
Speaking of names, we have to mention the substitute teacher bit, where Key
You're just playing their bits. I don't care about
personally
their bits.
liked when they would lean into their ridiculousness a little more. My favorite sketch of theirs is Prepared for Terry's, where the two act as borderline schizophrenics who are trying to convince the passenger next to them that they will protect the entire plane if a terrorist tries to take over.
You gonna have to be ready to kid. I don't think
Somehow the first
absolutely
of Key and Peele, I think of the United States, invited Keegan-Michael Key to do a remake of their anger translator bit, but during a real speech. In 3 short years, Key and Peele managed to create a culturally iconic sketch comedy show filled with quotable moments reminiscent of early 2000s comedy films. And since YouTube and social media was on track to replace TV and movie theaters, Key and Peele proved that the future of comedy was in good hands. But then, shockingly, in 2015, Keegan-Michael Key announced that they were ending the show. This is our final season, and it's not because of Comedy Central, it's us. It was just time for us to explore other things.
They probably couldn't stand each other after 10 years. Can you blame them? Oh, Kitty, it's dinner time soon. Dinner time for Kitty soon. Dinner time for Kitty soon. Are you excited? She likes hearing that. She's like, dinner? Yeah, dinner time for Kitty soon. I know how to favor curry favor with the kitty. I know the way.
Together and apart. I compare it to Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. We might make a movie and then do our own thing for 3 years and then come back and do another movie. Fans were initially disappointed, but in a way, the show lived on much longer than 3 years due to its success on YouTube. Over the years, fans would be scrolling YouTube and randomly see a Key and Peele sketch get recommended to them. It could be one they've seen a dozen times or one they didn't even recognize, but if they click, they can get a guaranteed laugh. Plus, in 2016, the duo released their action comedy film, Keanu, seemingly indicated that their future Hollywood careers would be them working side by side. The duo served as both the writers and leading actors for the film, which gave the movie a sense of familiarity for fans of the show. Now, the film was met with a lukewarm response from critics, and it only grossed $20 million in the box office. Considering the film's $15 million budget, plus the millions of dollars spent on advertising, the movie significantly underperformed. With that being said, the movie wasn't bad, it was just the first first step in a new chapter for the comedy duo. But then, Jordan Peele shocked the world with the announcement of his directorial debut psychological horror film, Get Out. The movie followed a young black man named Chris visiting the wealthy white family of his girlfriend, who didn't know that he was black. The family initially appeared to be progressive and accepting towards the boyfriend, but it was awkward, like they were so eager to express their appreciation for black culture. The family's hired staff to help with their house duties are all black and behave strangely. All of their white friends are overly interested in Chris, seemingly obsessing over his black identity. Later, Chris finds out that his girlfriend had been dating black people all of her life, but luring them to her family's estate where they would be hypnotized, psychologically manipulated, and then sold for a sinister procedure. The family would surgically remove the black person's brain and replace them with the consciousness of the aging white clients who wanted to continue living through the younger black bodies. The scariest part is that the victims themselves wouldn't fully die either. Their consciousness would remain trapped deep inside their own minds in what the film calls the sunken place, forced to helplessly watch someone else control their body forever. Jordan was one of the trailblazers in weaving social commentary in a genre film in the 2010s. The film was universally celebrated for its terrifying atmosphere, uncomfortably hilarious moments, and unapologetic social commentary. With a $5 million budget, the movie grossed $250 million at the box office and received countless awards from various institutions, including the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. Overnight, Jordan Peele went from that funny guy from Comedy Central to a legitimately serious creative mind in the entertainment industry. What's interesting is that Keegan-Michael Key was primarily regarded as the heavy hitter of the duo. In 2015 and 2016, Key was nominated for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series at the Emmys. However, Peele was not nominated for the same role. Key also gained his relevancy from his appearance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, something that Peele was also excluded from. Not to mention that Key received way more acting gigs in major TV shows and movies during Key and Peele's run. Most people believed Key would be the more successful of the two, and yet Jordan was now receiving worldwide praise without Key's involvement at all. Well, that's not entirely true. Keegan-Michael Key is actually a major reason why Get Out got made in the first place.
Were you reading this at all as he was writing? Were you involved in it all?
Yeah, he said I wasn't involved in any of the writing, but he sent me the script, and I remember at one point in time I either wrote him. No, I was in the room, and I came into the office the next day and I put the script on his desk. And I went, ooh. I said, this could be something. And then I went and talked to a good friend of mine, Sean McKittrick. I made a movie with Sean McKittrick from QC Entertainment, who made it, and they said, you guys should really read Jordan's scripts. And then now here we are. And like Sean came up to me at a party, and he hugged me. And I'm like, why are you hugging me? He's like, you brought the script to me. And I was like, look.
So I want to hear his synopsis of this movie again, because I haven't seen this movie.
Correspondents' Dinner, some gigs, and made more successful shows, and two, well, that's not entirely true. Keegan-Michael Key is actually a major reason why Get Out got made in the first place.
Were you reading this at all as he was writing? Were you involved?
Reason of the two, and yet Jordan was now receiving worldwide more acting gigs that role. Key actor in the duo with comedy in a genre forever. Jordan was one of the trailblazers in weaving social commentary in a genre film in the 2010s. The film was universally celebrated for its terrifying atmosphere, uncomfortably hilarious moments, and unapologetic social commentary. With a $5 million budget, the movie grossed $250 million at the box office and received.
Oh my God, they made $250 million off that? For what, a horror comedy?
Awards from various institutions, including the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. Overnight, Jordan Peele went from that funny guy from Comedy Central to a legitimately serious creative mind in the entertainment industry. What's interesting is control with full living to her help they were so into psychological horror film Get Out. The movie followed a young black
I've never seen this film. Is it good?
Man named Chris visiting the wealthy white family of his girlfriend, who didn't know that he was black. The family initially appeared to be progressive and accepting towards the boyfriend, but it was awkward, like they were so eager to express their appreciation for black culture. The family's hired staff to help with their house duties are all black and behave strangely. All of their white friends are overly interested in Chris, seemingly obsessing over his black identity. Later, Chris finds out that his girlfriend had been dating black people all of her life, but luring them to her family's estate where they would be hypnotized, psychologically manipulated, mutilated, and then sold for a sinister procedure. The family would surgically remove the black person's brain and replace them with the consciousness of the aging white clients who wanted to continue living through the
Oh my god, that's the storyline?
younger black bodies.
They move brains from white people to black bodies? It's so racist.
The scariest part is that the victims themselves wouldn't fully die either. Their consciousness would remain trapped deep inside their own minds in what the film calls the sunken place, forced to helplessly watch someone else control their body forever. Jordan was one of the trailblazers in weaving social commentary in a genre film in the
I want to watch this.
2010s.
Let's see, watch, get out movie streaming. It's on HBO Max. It's always on HBO Max. It's so stupid. YouTube Prime Time, Google Play. It's on Amazon though. Is it? No, it's a Cinemax free trial. Why'd you lie to me? That's Cinemax. You lie all the time.
The film was universally celebrated for its terrifying atmosphere, uncomfortably hilarious moments, and unapologetic social commentary. With a $5 million budget, the movie grossed a
$240 million off a $5 million crappy horror film. That's insane. They made so much money. They were probably allowed to keep like fucking 50 million each, or like the producer's probably allowed to keep like 10 million. It's insane.
$250 million at the box office and received countless awards from various institutions, including the Oscar
And everybody loved it, huh?
for Best Original Script.
Oh, no. Wow, it actually won the Oscar. Wow.
Screenplay. Overnight, Jordan Peele went from that funny guy from Comedy Central to a legitimately serious creative mind in the entertainment industry. What's interesting is that Keegan-Michael Key was primarily regarded as the heavy hitter of the duo. In 2015 and 2016, Key was nominated for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a comedy series at the Emmys. However, Peele was not nominated for the same role. Key also gained his relevancy from his appearance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, something that Peele was also excluded from. Not to mention that Key received way more acting gigs in major TV shows and movies during Key and Peele's run. Most people believed Key would be the more successful of the two, and yet Jordan was now receiving worldwide praise without Key's involvement at all. Well, that's not entirely true. Keegan-Michael Key is actually a major reason why Get Out got made in the first place.
Were you reading this at all? As he was writing, were you involved in it all?
Yeah. He said I wasn't involved in any of the writing, but he sent me the script, and I remember at one point in time I either wrote him. No, I was in the room, and I came into the office the next day, and I put the script on his desk. I went, ooh. I said, this could be something. And then I went and talked to a good friend of mine, Sean McKittrick. I made a movie with Sean McKittrick from QC Entertainment, who made it, and they said, you guys should really read Jordan's scripts. And then now here we are. And like Sean came up to me at a party, and he hugged me. And I'm like, why are you hugging me? He's like, you brought the script to me. And I was like, look, but it was amazing. I could bring 1 million scripts to you, but if it wasn't that amazing, who would have made it? It's such a fresh story.
And as if things couldn't get any better for Jordan, he followed up with a producer role on the 2018 film Black Klansman, which also
Oh yeah, now that was a good one.
Received 6 Academy Award nominations, and in 2019, Jordan continued his reign of dominance as a director with the release of Us, a psychological horror film following a family on vacation that gets terrorized by another family that looks exactly like them. Once again, critics and fans loved it. The film Family that looks following a family on vacation with the release of Us, a psychological horror film following a family on vacation that gets terrorized by another family that looks exactly like them. Once again, critics and fans loved it. The film grossed over $250 million worldwide against a budget of only around $20 million, proving Get Out wasn't some lucky one-time success. In just a few years, Jordan Peele had fully transcended comedy and established himself as one of the most commercially successful and critically respected directors in Hollywood. And with every massive success, the gap between him and Keegan-Michael Key only seemed to grow wider.
I'm going to pause here and go check on my Rust boat to see if it's still flipped over.
He stayed consistently busy between 2016 and 2020, stacking dozens of television appearances.
I like this game, but I don't know why I'm playing it. It's not my style of game anymore. And I don't know, like the difficulty level, the difficulty change was good, but the combat's still really basic and not very fun to me. I like it, it's responsive combat, but it's just not like, it didn't snare me the way New World combat did. Let's go see if my rust base is, yeah, let's go see if my rust base is flipped. Close this because I can't see. I'm being left alone here, which is cool. It's time to feed my kitty. Mm-hmm. You want dinner, kitty? I don't care. Let's go.
Voice acting roles, commercials, guest spots, and supporting performances across sitcoms.
Okay, I'm going to go feed my cat and get something for dinner. I'll be right back.
Animated shows and streaming series, shows like Modern Family, The Simpsons, Archer, Friends from College, and Green Eggs and Ham. Instead of evolving into a singular creative force with a clear artistic identity, Key slowly started feeling more like a talented utility player in Hollywood. He was everywhere, but never the main character. And after Jordan's third directorial release, Nope, in 2022, which was yet another resounding success loved by fans and critics, you could argue that Jordan Peele has completely eclipsed his role in Key and Peele, with his efforts as a horror writer and director becoming the focal point of his legacy. The same cannot be said for Key, as many still remember him primarily as the guy from Key and Peele. I think it's interesting that Key is doing commercials that show up on Hulu, and Peele is one of the driving forces of cinema. I kinda hate comparing them because Key is also incredibly talented, but Peele is truly on another level. And while they may have grown apart in the public eye, very few question the legitimacy of their friendship behind the scenes. And that's because they did things like joining forces in a Netflix animated film called Wendell and Wild, where Jordan and Keegan serve as voice actors for two of the primary characters. And although the animation was captivating, many fans felt disappointed in the story. The duo also teamed up in Toy Story 4 to play side characters Ducky and Bunny. People had assumed that because they did these collaborations that everything was all good between them, but Key would speak on this directly during an interview in 2024. We don't see each other that often anymore, which is, to me, a tragedy. Key went on to explain in a separate interview that them living far apart from each other played a major factor in their estrangement. Whenever we have an opportunity to see each other, we do. Whenever we have an opportunity, I certainly enjoy spending time with him. So when my travels take me to Los Angeles, he's usually one of the first calls that I make. I land and I go, "Hey buddy, we're in town." And often we get to have dinner. Our relationship is like a good friend's relationship, where you pick up where you left off, or the little things that you shared in the past, you just go right back into it again. I look forward to seeing him in 2025. What's interesting is that Jordan Peele gets interviewed way more than Keegan, because he's way more active and front-facing in Hollywood, and yet he has said literally nothing about his former comedy partner, which creates the appearance that Jordan Peele has moved on, while Key continues to live in the past. Like when Key was asked about a Key and Peele reunion, and he said, "Right now we're expressing ourselves that way, and I think we'll find ourselves back together. I do not have a timeline for that, but I would jump at the chance to work with him again in any capacity." Fans had no reason to believe that there was any bad blood between them. Maybe they had simply grown apart naturally over time, but that assumption started falling apart after a comedian who worked closely with Keegan publicly shared a story that completely changed the way people looked at Key and Peele's relationship. In April of 2026, comedian Akilah Hughes shared her experience working with Keegan-Michael Key using the not-so-subtle code names of Lock and Banana.
He is, and I don't think this is too shady, I think it's true, the less successful half of a comedy duo that was prolific in the 2010s. Perhaps perhaps, you know, I think their code names could be Lock and Banana.
She also tweeted, "If you ever wondered why K and PEL don't work together anymore, watch the next video in this thread." So there is absolutely no confusion in regards to who this story is about. Akilah got connected with Keegan-Michael Key while developing her own sketch comedy show, not necessarily for his creative input, but because she needed an established celebrity attached as an executive producer to help make the project more attractive to networks and studio executives, which is very common in the industry. But with Keegan came his wife, Elle Key, who supposedly wiggled her way to an executive producer role for the show.
My agent at the time calls me and she goes, "How is pitching going? How do people feel about Locke?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, they love him. Everybody loves Locke." And she's like, "That's great, that's great. How do they feel about his wife, who is now somehow the executive producer on my show?" And I'm like, "You know, I hadn't really thought about it. I don't think people like her very much."
But the strategy was effective. Having Keegan on as a producer landed them an official offer from Disney. Then one day, Akilah was contacted by Jordan Peele's wife, Chelsea Peretti, warning her about Keegan's wife and her involvement.
She says, "I'm just calling you because I wish someone would have warned me." She does about an hour of a monologue at me about how, you know, she thinks that his wife is like Phil Hartman's wife. That she wouldn't trust her to hold a baby. That she once poured alcohol on her birthday cake and this person is sober. And she says there's no accounting for how much money she's cost that black man.
Despite the warning, Akilah continued working with them. After all, she had quit her job and moved to LA to chase this dream, but it proved to be a mistake. Apparently, Elle, who remember was not ever asked to be a part of this show, continued to insert her unwanted opinions in the writer's room.
Her notes are, "Comedy happens in threes. The letter K is funny. And finally, give the audience some candy." Now, how do you implement these notes?
None of the writers thought her ideas were good or funny, so they were ignored, to which Elle responded by threatening to sue the network. Akilah doesn't add much context here, but she is trying to make the accusation that Elle was just trying to ruin the project since it wasn't going her way. As a result, the show was stalled and eventually was canceled altogether.
And so, that is just a project that I could not talk about, that was never announced, that was supposed to be my dream.
Now, first of all, there weren't many jokes in Akilah's performance. The inclusion of the live band made this some kind of exaggerated live podcast gossip storytime session, so it couldn't exactly be brushed off as, oh, well, it's just a joke. And even though all of the details Akilah shared are incredibly vague, it's unlikely she would create a 12-minute story of completely baseless lies, especially considering the allegations aren't really that scathing. Like the idea of established Hollywood celebrities derailing a dream project for an upcoming creator because it didn't go their way sounds like something that happens every day in Hollywood. But it was this small added detail at the very end of Akilah's performance that has completely changed people's perspective of Keegan-Michael Key.
He never gets to be himself in public, and his partner has won Oscars. And everyone knows that his wife has ruined his career. It is diminishing returns. He's doing insurance commercials.
After she said that, sensationalized headlines emerged from Akilah's performance. Akilah Hughes says she knows exactly why Key and Peele don't work together anymore. Key's crazy wife destroyed Key and Peele. And while Akilah never said it directly, fans jumped to conclusions that Key and Peele had been driven apart by Key's annoying and power-hungry wife. And there is actually a little bit of evidence to back up those claims. 8 months before this story blew up, a blind item emerged about Key's wife. Personally, I happen to know that Elle Key IRL is a massive narcissist and straight up abusive to the working people in her vicinity. She's using Keegan's talent, fame, and likability to get herself in the room, in front of cameras, a microphone, calls herself a producer or director, and cuts a paycheck. Obviously, she needs to use Keegan because she has no talent or skill sets of her own to stand stand out without him. Everyone close to him who cares about him sees the abuse and wishes he'd leave her. And while this might sound like even more gossip, this allegation holds weight with a little more factual context. Elle Key, whose real name is Elisa Pugliese, was an aspiring actress who couldn't land anything more than being an extra with no lines or no significance to the plot. From there, she transitioned to being a producer for small-time, low-budget independent drama films that had an extremely small or no theatrical release. She met Keegan at a film festival in early 2016 and became his, quote, business partner. Eventually, Elle and Keegan's relationship turned romantic and they got married in 2018. So for all the rumors saying that she is the reason why the Key and Peele show ended are just false. The show ended in 2015 and she didn't come into the picture until over a year later. Now the rumors saying that she might be the reason why they didn't continue working together, well, that's entirely different. What you'll notice is that as Elle became more present in Keegan's career, Jordan started becoming more distant. Because remember, Keegan and Jordan worked together in 2022 on that animated show, but shortly after, everything changed. And it all centers around a book that Keegan and Elle co-authored called The History of Sketch Comedy, a journey through the art and craft of humor, which by the way is everyone's favorite subject, comedians talking about comedy. Well, one comedian at least. This book discusses subject matter that Keegan-Michael Key is undoubtedly an expert in, and aptly features him on the cover. They also created a podcast alongside this book. The credits describe Elle as the creator, writer, and director, whereas Key is simply just a performer and co-writer. To be clear, Elle Key has essentially no experience in sketch comedy, and has literally never said anything funny in her entire life. The idea that one of the greatest sketch comedy masterminds was portrayed as second fiddle to his wife in a podcast about sketch comedy was mind-boggling to say the least. But the project was well received. They won a Webby Award for Best Writing in a Podcast. When accepting, Elle gave a 5-word long speech that she couldn't do without crying, and Keegan did not get to say anything.
Find someone who inspires you.
They also did an interview on Late Night with Stephen Colbert, where she sat first chair next to the host, and Key was off to the side as if she was the guest and he didn't belong. Now to some, it seems like Keegan is merely being a respectful and generous husband, using his status to elevate his wife and portray her as his equal.
I think we've both discovered that if we work on something together, it's better.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, yeah.
But to others, based on Akila's story, they see her as manipulating and forcing her way into creative spaces
I gotta do my dinner.
She otherwise would have never been a part of. Keegan's wording in this interview is particularly interesting. At first, he comes off endearing, but he also inadvertently admits that his wife uses him to advance her own career.
As you said, all good doors like lead to Elle and her opening that.
Yeah, she opened. Yeah, it's like I'm the key, and she knows where the doors are. So you just have to have the courage to put the key in the door. It's always wonderful you have someone in your life who can show you where the doors are.
But it goes one step further, because it seems like Keegan has adopted the stereotypical wife guy personality, similar to Will Smith or Akash Singh, where the central focus of his identity is surrounding his less famous and less successful partner. Backstage at Stephen Colbert, they did one of those classic couples games where they see if they know each other really well, only for Key to completely second guess himself or outright say his wife was right every time they had opposing opinions.
Who said I love you first?
You ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1. Huh.
Oh. Okay. I guess it was me.
To some, he is just being sweet. To others, he looks pathetic. Like when Keegan was asked what he was most proud of in his entire career, then changed his mind to what his wife said should be his most prideful moment.
What is Keegan's proudest accomplishment? I think this is it. Ready?
She's
3,
she's gonna be right. And
3, and you're gonna be.
If you can believe it, I'm going to be wrong.
3, 2, 1.
She's right.
And if that didn't convince you, there's another moment where the 50-year-old man says his wife even picks out his clothes because he can't do it.
Impeccably attired. I want to know what percentage of this is your choice versus your wife's choice, because I know that your wife Elle.
Look, yes, my wife Elle is here. She is here.
Here she is.
Yes. My wife, Elle, has impeccable taste. So I'm one of those people who likes to leave things to the experts. So everything on my body was chosen for me today to wear by Elle.
He seems to seek validation from his wife for literally everything, constantly looking at her to assure that he is saying the right thing.
Sometimes it's a challenge. Sometimes I meet her with a little bit of resistance, or a little bit, a lot of resistance, some resistance. So and she always remains patient with me.
The wife guy personality is often looked at as some sort of humiliation ritual because they publicly have to lower their own status and derive all of their self-worth around how lucky they are to be married to their wives. And although all of this can come across as completely cringe, it doesn't necessarily prove that Elle wedged herself between Keegan and Jordan Peele. TMZ reported that multiple sources connected to Keegan-Michael Key and Elle tell TMZ Akila's stand-up narrative is outlandish and fabricated nonsense. Akila fired back by posting screenshots of DMs, all entirely anonymous, of people trying to corroborate the narrative that Elle is a control freak. We had a whole fake script on set as a decoy to keep her busy and manipulate her while we shot the actual commercial. She kept his own mother and brother from their wedding and systematically cut everyone who was close to him out of his life. So Locke was my godfather growing up and was best friends with my mother all through college, so he had a huge impact on my life until he remarried his now wife. She completely changed him and the way he treated close family and friends. Not too long after he remarried, he cut off my mom and even his own family in a way. It seems that people have entirely bought into the narrative that Keegan was this innocent comic legend whose career and friendship with Jordan Peele has been destroyed by his egomaniac wife who has to control every little thing about him. But not many people are willing to cast blame on Keegan himself, who seems to admit that he didn't know his own potential, didn't believe in himself, and even can't dress himself. Sure, you could call it pathetic, but maybe this guy genuinely would not have pursued anything after Key and Peele if it wasn't for his wife.
And I saw a video of him singing, and I was like, oh, he can really sing. I mean, this is amazing. I said he was like a sports car that's stuck in traffic. Like, he has all of this power and all of this energy, and like, what is he doing with it?
That's
I was
the best analogy.
why aren't you out there going 120 miles an hour? Like, why are you stuck where you are?
Since people were introduced to Keegan and Jordan as a comedic pair with incredible chemistry, it made fans assume that they were inseparable best friends off screen. So when Jordan became a successful director and Keegan didn't ascend in his career, it felt like there had to be some deeper reason, as if they weren't always just two individuals with separate career aspirations. People needed something or someone to blame to justify their career imbalances. Elle Key became the simple answer to a complicated story, but Jordan Peele's strategic silence on all of this leaves so much room for speculation. Until Jordan comes out and says all these rumors are baseless lies and that he and Keegan are still great friends, people are gonna run with the narrative that Elle Key is to blame for all of this.
Yeah, I feel like you're trying to attack his wife and it seems like it's misogynistic. Just saying.
this. If anything, Key and Peele is a reminder that
Hi! Tickets are available right now for my first ever comedy tour. That's right, I'm hitting the road and bringing this funky show to a city near you. This will be the most experimental show I've ever done. An hour of brand new material with musical numbers and personal stories I've never posted before. Click the link in the description to get your ticket today. Okay, class, listen up, listen up, listen up. Okay, class, as you know, we're gonna be doing some popcorn reading today. So let's get our books out and, let's start with you. Oh, I guess I misunderstood what was going on here. Okay. The fox jumped over the lazy dog. I have no clue what this says, and you've confiscated my emotional support vape. So do you want me to throw the chair now or later? Crazy thing, guys, totally forgot we're actually watching a movie again today. I don't know how that slipped my mind. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry I'm late. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche. This sentence was presented by a student to his classmates in a TikTok that has since gone viral because they couldn't read it.
She wore a suit, clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro.
She wore a... Oh, baby.
Contrary to the opinions of the comment section, gauche is not this completely antiquated term that you have to blow the dust off of the papyrus scroll to read. It is probably rare for a high schooler to come in contact with it, though. It's also French in origin, and those guys, what do they know about spelling? Silhouette is a middle school level word. This vocabulary list published by DataWorks mentions it being introduced by 6th grade, but it is spelled in a challenging way. French again. My God, will someone take the letters away from them? I mean,
you'll hear silhouettes, and when you're talking about like filming and scenes and filming and stuff like that. Cameras, usually silhouette comes up with like cameras and stuff. The other time that you hear it is in shooting, both in the real world and in video games. If they stand out against the sky, that's called a silhouette. You can just shoot the silhouette. You don't have to be able to see them. All you see is like a black shadow, but that's enough. You just light up the silhouette against the sun or the background or the moon or something. Even at night you can silhouette, and it happens to Rust all the time. And it's bad. When you silhouette, they just hose you.
Seriously, usually you have to buy a vowel, so I can only assume they got some buy one.
I don't know how one builds a skill around not silhouetting, but you eventually do build a skill around not silhouetting. You like kind of like, oh, if I pop my head up now, I will just silhouette and die, and it kind of becomes second nature. But you do have to like think about it. You know, I'm gonna take a load out. Yeah, I'm gonna take a load out of here and leave. Yeah, and I'm gonna go get my miasmos, and hopefully I get here. Go.
Warp drive active.
And this sausage was good.
One get one free kind of deal. Extraordinary though. That one does bug me. People are pointing out that the sentence is...
So what I'm going with this is, A lot of kids might actually know what the word silhouette is because they know gaming and they know shooting and they know Fortnite and Rust and Call of Duty and stuff. And some kids might actually know what silhouette is. They just don't know how to pronounce it. They don't know how to spell it. They don't know what it is when they read it.
It's awkwardly worded. To be fair, the student who wrote it is also going to the
But they might know what a silhouette is.
same school, so not sure why we're surprised by that. Also, the structure of a sentence shouldn't affect your ability to recognize and pronounce the individual words. The sentence could be, she photosynthesized bioluminescent prestidigitation anachronistically. That's meaningless syllable salad. But it shouldn't matter. The student presented another note card for his peers to read in a follow-up video.
What the f does that say? Why am I reading this? No, I'm not reading this.
The colonel
the colonel
asked the choir to accommodate the governor's schedule.
What does that mean?
I don't know, bro.
Right.